Currently, prostate and colorectal cancer screenings are available. To get your free kits, visit truckersfund.org and go to the Health and Wellness tab. That's truckersfund.org. Sponsored by St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. From the Biz Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studio, Super Talk 99.7. WTN.
Good morning, now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. You know those balmy days of Christmas? Well, they're over. We've got freezing cold temperatures arriving here in the Nashville area. Stick around, the forecast is coming up right after the news. We'll hot off his successful round of talks with Ukraine and Russia's leaders yesterday. President Trump is planning to work on a second peace deal in Florida.
President Trump welcomes Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to Mar-a-Lago to discuss the next stage of the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Also expected to be a major focus, Iran's nuclear activities, after Iran's president over the weekend said his country is in a, quote, full-scale war against the U.S., Israel, and Europe.
It's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. In fact, Iran has launched 3 communications satellites into space from a launch pad in Russia. An action the U.S. says defies a UN Security Council resolution. Well, now that a federal judge has sprung MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia from jail, he apparently fancies himself as a TikTok star. His videos drawing criticism from DHS and from citizens all around the country. U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes are ruling that the U.S. cannot detain nor deport him again because she said the government didn't produce a final order of removal. Beginning in 2026, people living in Tennessee who are legally present in the state will only be issued a temporary driver's license or ID cards that specifically indicate that they're not actually full citizens. Tennessee State Senator Bo Watson.
Only permanent driver's license and photo IDs are valid for voter identification, explicitly excluding temporary IDs. This ensures the security and integrity of our elections.
Democrats claim that the law wastes state tax dollars on what they call a federal issue. They complain it unfairly targets migrants who are following the legal path to citizenship. Also, starting on Thursday, Tennessee won't recognize driver's licenses issued to illegal immigrants from other states, making it a misdemeanor if anyone's caught driving in Tennessee if they do not live permanently here in the U.S. Market Numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Packer.
The Trump administration says millions of delinquent student loan borrowers will have their wages garnished starting in the new year. About 5 million Americans have defaulted on their student loan payments, which means they haven't paid their debts for at least 9 months. When a loan officially goes into default, it becomes eligible for mandatory collections. And the final days of 2025 will be relatively quiet on the economic calendar. We do, however, have a release on Tuesday of the minutes of the Fed's last open market committee meeting. That could provide additional clues as to interest rate decisions in the new year. And then on Friday, nationwide PMI data on manufacturing. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And stock futures mixed right now with the Dow futures plus 12 points. We've got NASDAQ futures down 109. S&P futures falling 15. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Tired of sticker shock when you visit the doctor? Grace Point Healthcare is veteran-owned and provides low-cost, prompt, personalized care for your entire family. Call 599-6868 to be seen the same day or next day. Grace Point Healthcare, delivering modern medicine the old-fashioned way.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Busy bee, yeah, busy bee. If you need heat or cold AC, busy bee, oh, busy bee. Call 775-7833.
If you feel like you've been getting ripped off by auto repair shops, you're not alone. It's one of the reasons I started Eurofix and Amerifix, because all I ever heard was they keep your car forever, they're not honest, and they don't call you back when they say they will. Call in this Saturday beginning at 8 a.m. to get advice about your vehicle, and let's see if we can fix it. Find out how to keep from getting ripped off and avoid costly mistakes with your car. Join me this Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. with Fixing Cars with Aaron Stokes on Super Talk 997 WTN.
Paid for by Eurofix and Amerifix. This hour brought to you by Eurofix. Get repairs on European vehicles without dealer pricing.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Okay, so it looks like things are moving really smoothly so far this morning. 24, just a minor delay heading into the Briley Parkway area if you're traveling westbound on 24. But otherwise this morning, the major roadways look great. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Yes, I am not Dan Mandis. I am Brian Wilson. I'll be filling in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday here for Dan as Dan catches some sleep after doing Red Eye Radio, taking a few days off from his regular duties here. He'll be back after the new year, as far as I know. That's the plan, and nobody's told me different. Hey, listen, we got a lot of things to talk about here this morning, but most importantly, I think we have to talk a little bit about the weather. My goodness, what is going on? We had all this wonderful warm weather right around Christmas, and now, we've already had our high for the day. The high for the day was 52 degrees, and that happened at midnight. And then this cold front started to move in, and right now we're sitting at 35 degrees, and it'll keep going down, 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 down throughout the day, colder and colder, until we reach the mid-20s. So, I'm glad we had that wonderful weather, but we are back in the throes of winter here today, and we'll talk more about that. But we had, by the way, I think there were, at least initially when this front came through and the winds picked up, there were quite a few power outages around the area, but as I looked this morning, most of them have been resolved. We had one here at my house last night, and it was out about an hour and 40 minutes. But they got it back up, and we are, thank goodness, because I was going to have to get in the car and come downtown, Joan. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
What the heck?
Literally, I got up because I was worried. I mean, first of all, you're asleep. Sometimes you don't know that the power's gone off.
That's
true.
But
I sleep with a fan, and the fan went off, and it caught my attention, and I woke up, and my wife said, "Power's off." Okay. So I waited and waited and waited, and I realized, I probably maybe need to plan on going. So I came to the studio to get my headphones, and just as I was walking downstairs to get in the car and come downtown, the power came back on.
You were saved.
I was saved. Saved. Let's start, if we could, this morning, I guess. We'll talk about some things that are going on in the swamp in the nation's capital. Because this is a notoriously slow time of year between Christmas and New Year. Not a lot goes on. So we're going to be maybe even open up the phone lines today so you can, get what's on your mind today. We'll do that a little bit later. D.C. pipe bomb suspect disliked both political parties. Remember, we recently found out who it was, according to authorities, that planted those pipe bombs at the DNC and the RNC on the night before January 6th. We'd seen those pictures forever. Seemed like the Biden FBI couldn't get it done, but the Trump FBI, under the tutelage of Kash Patel and at least at the time, Dan Bongino, were able to come up with some good police work and identify a suspect who has been arrested. And his name is Brian Cole. And apparently, according to several stories that are out here, this one from NBC News, D.C. pipe bomb suspect disliked both political parties and felt that violence would be justified. So apparently he believed a lot of the sort of bad information that was out there about the elections. The man suspected of placing pipe bombs near the headquarters of the Democrat and Republican parties in 2021 felt extreme acts of violence were justified because they were in charge, the federal prosecutor said. In a request filed Sunday to keep him behind bars while he awaits trial, the Justice Department unveiled new allegations about the potential motive and actions of Brian Cole. He lived with his mother and family, as you may remember, in a little community 25 miles southwest of Capitol Hill, arrested on December 4th and charged with transporting an explosive device and attempted malicious destruction. He's yet to enter pleas. His lead defense counsel did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Sunday's court filing alleges Cole had animosity for both political parties at a time when he told investigators watching everything just getting worse. The filing said he made the statements to FBI agents who interviewed him at the Bureau after his arrest. Apparently he talked to authorities quite a bit before he got a lawyer, which, they gave him his rights. He can still talk if he wants to. In Sunday's filing, prosecutors alleged that Cole told agents that if people thought something as important as voting in the federal election is being tampered with, then someone needs to speak up, right? Someone up top. The people up top included public figures on both sides who should not ignore people's grievances or call them conspiracy theorists, bad people, Nazis, or fascists, according to the filing. If people feel their votes are just being thrown away, at least someone should address it, and Cole felt it was his responsibility. Here's another version of that story, this one from ABC News. Alleged January 6 pipe bomber said he wasn't targeting Congress's certification of Biden's victory, which is what, of course, happened on January 6, 2021. And Cole denied in the interview being an openly political person. He said, but in the wake of the 2020 election, he began following news on YouTube and Reddit and felt like something was wrong. And people who felt that their votes were just being thrown away were being ignored, according to prosecutors. Reddit, I'm not real familiar with Reddit. I don't particularly spend a lot of time looking at Reddit. I've glanced at it at time to time. But what I find is that there's a lot of misinformation at times on Reddit. And in fact, there was a time when I was being harassed by phone calls. And it was only through Reddit, somebody talking about how I was apparently somehow associated with Marjorie Taylor Greene in a dating relationship, which is not true at all. I found out that information was being spread around on Reddit and talked about. And somebody finally posted on Reddit that it's not that Brian Wilson. There was a Brian Glenn who was responsible for it. So I don't know. I just don't put a lot of credit or I don't look at things on Reddit as being often very accurate. Let's put it that way. In other news, Nancy Pelosi has done an interview. She's ending up her term. She says she's not going to run for re-election. And she gave an interview on ABC, Jonathan Karl's show, and said that she had no intention of tearing up Trump's 2020 State of the Union speech. Remember that? State of the Union? It was like the rudest thing I think I ever saw in official Washington. I'd never seen anything like it. After Trump delivered that speech, she stood behind him and very ceremoniously just ripped it to shreds. And, and quite frankly, when the president hands you that copy That's supposed to be the copy that goes into the archives. That's the official delivery of the message. And she tore up this document because she didn't like what Trump had said. People like the tearing up of the speech. She says, I didn't intend to go to the speech to tear it up. The first part of it, I tore a page because he was lying, her words, and then the next page, and I thought it was a manifesto of lies, so I tore up the whole speech. Now, the speeches are on strong paper, so you have to do it a few times to get it done, but I had no intention of doing that. Well, she said, when she says she had no intention, she seems to be saying that she went in there not intending to do it, but then something overcame her. I still think that it was her worst moment in public. I think that that whole speech was a good speech. It's the president's view of the State of the Union, a view that he's entitled to. She just didn't like Trump. It was a manifestation of the Trump derangement syndrome. More from the swamp in a moment. Got to take a quick stop, see what's going on with weather and traffic at 15 past the hour.
Well, nothing's really happening in traffic this morning, but those delays that I spoke of last time with on 24 westbound approaching Bradley Parkway, they seem to have gotten a little worse. Now, I'll be checking out the cameras here to see what's going on, but so far, that looks like at the moment that it may just be a volume delay. Things are okay on 40 and no problems heading in on 65 either direction. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Joan, did you put on your coat and you have any trouble getting to work this morning?
None at all, but yeah, my car got buffeted.
Yeah, the wind is really something out there.
It sure is.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, as I said, we had power failures out here, and I looked at the Wilson County map when it happened, and there were quite a few people, at least in Wilson County, that were without power. And I think I think they've worked through most of it. I see where there are just a few smattering of power outages around the area, but most of it has been worked through. These crews, you got to give them credit. I mean, they get out there. I mean, so your power goes off. It's the 29th of December. A lot of people have time off this time of year, and they got up and got in their trucks and came out here and got it done in about an hour, which is, really a little more than an hour. That's really remarkable.
Sure is. But you know what? Got to think about the folks in Decatur, Illinois, because this weather that has swept through spawned some tornadoes in Decatur. And so, so we got away with just some winds. It's going to be cold, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, it was nice during the holidays, and during Christmas. It was beautiful day. I was down in Birmingham, and it was beautiful there as well. But I mean, boy, when it changes around, if you don't like the weather, just hang around here in Middle Tennessee. It'll change.
It'll change. Yes.
Yeah. Talking about things going on in the swamp, when I was in Washington, I don't know how many years, Joan, maybe you can remember this story as well. I was told, we got to get out of the Hoover building. The FBI has got to shut down the Hoover building.
It's been going on for years.
I mean, at least 20 years they've been talking about leaving the Hoover building and moving someplace. I mean, at one time it was going to be in Northern Virginia. At one time it was going to be in Maryland, and they were going to build a big building out on the edge of town and abandon the Hoover building that the FBI had occupied for years. And they just never got around to coming up with a final solution or actually taking action. But that has changed. The Hoover building is going to be emptied. After more than 20 years, writes townhall.com, of failed attempts, they have finalized a plan to permanently close the FBI Hoover headquarters. And here's what I really love about it, is they're going to move the people who work there into FBI bureaus around the country. Working directly with President Trump and Congress, we accomplished what no one else could. The announcement signals the end of a proposal to construct a new FBI headquarters that would have cost taxpayers almost $5 billion and would not have opened until 2035. The FBI's headquarters will now be located in the Ronald Reagan Building in downtown Washington. Necessary renovations to house the FBI at the new location cost about $1.4 billion. We've selected the already existing Reagan building, saving billions and allowing the transition to begin immediately. But a lot of the plan was to take people and to move them out into some of the bureaus around the country. And the reason I like that idea is I think too much power in the FBI was centrally located. And I think that the FBI contains some really good people, good frontline agents who are out there to enforce the law and do their job, and they're dedicated to that. But I think in Washington, it got overtly political, and it has been. And a lot of the evidence about that we've been seeing over the last year or so as we learn more about, James Comey and all of the things that were going on with Andrew McCabe, et cetera. So, decentralizing the FBI, moving people out into the country, great idea. Take the power out of Washington, put the people out there where they can actually fight crime and or evil in our country, and I think it's a good thing. Those that remain in Washington, and there will have to be a central location, will now be moved over to an existing building, the Ronald Reagan building, where apparently still have a lot of room. Here's another version of that story from the Washington Examiner. Patel to close FBI's Hoover building permanently. Would have cost restoration of that building would have cost taxpayers at least hundreds of millions of dollars. So now they're going to go, here it is. They previously selected a site in Greenbelt, Maryland to build a new headquarters during the Biden administration, but that proposal was pulled under by Trump. Maryland has since sued the administration, but that won't go anywhere. The building's permanent closure brings the Bureau's more than 50-year stint there to an end. In other words, the FBI was at that building in downtown for 50 years. Unbelievable. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt let it be known over the holiday weekend that she is pregnant with her second child.
Woohoo!
Go Caroline.
Yeah.
The greatest Christmas gift we could ever ask for, a baby girl coming in May of 2026. My husband and I are thrilled to grow our family and can't wait to watch our son become a big brother. My heart is overflowing with gratitude to God for the blessings of motherhood, which I truly believe is the closest thing to heaven on earth. And I'm also extremely grateful to President Trump and our Chief of Staff for their support and for fostering a pro-family environment in the White House. She's 28 years old and the youngest person to serve as White House Press Secretary. She previously worked in the press office during Donald Trump's first term and also served as press secretary for his 2024 campaign. 22 minutes now past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And coming up in the news, a couple of helicopters collide in midair in the skies over southern New Jersey. Also, President Trump goes on a cost-cutting mission for U.S. contributions to the UN. Those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The Chris Hand Show.
It's just a brutal takedown. In a minute and 40 seconds, he highlights that the Democrats are standing in the way for reopening the government. Couldn't run the government even when they had the opportunity to. He's like, guys, this is basic stuff.
The Chris Hand Show. Weekday mornings 9 to noon and streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Thinking of retiring soon? Well, don't miss out on Retirement Renegade with Andrew Winnett every Sunday morning at 6 o'clock. Join us as Andrew dives into the latest trends and headlines that could shake up your retirement plans. Whether you're just starting to plan or have already retired, this show covers everything that you need to know and more. So remember to set your alarm for 6 o'clock every Sunday morning and tune into Retirement Renegade with Andrew Winnett. Firm provides insurance services.
Busy bee, yeah, busy bee. If you need heat or cold AC,
If you feel like you've been getting ripped off by auto repair shops, you're not alone. It's one of the reasons I started Eurofix and AmeriFix, because all I ever heard was they keep your car forever. They're not honest, and they don't call you back when they say they will. Call in this Saturday beginning at 8 a.m. to get advice about your vehicle, and let's see if we can fix it. Find out how to keep from getting ripped off and avoid costly mistakes with your car. Join me this Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. with Fixing Cars with Aaron Stokes on Super Talk 997 WTN.
Paid for by Eurofix and AmeriFix.
In the market for a new home, you may have questions. What loan is right for you? What neighborhood should you look for? How important is purchasing power and how to stay competitive in today's housing environment? I'm Tanya Escabel. Tune into my show every Saturday at noon to hear answers to these questions and more right here on Super Talk.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You called 1-800-GOT-JUNK?
Yes, I did. Please come in, all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Do you have any close friends?
I'm happy to say that we do, sir.
Yes. I have a close friend who told me the secret of his happiness the other day, and I'm inclined to believe him.
What did he tell you, sir?
He said his secret was to own fewer things, but better things.
He sounds like a very wise friend.
That's why I called you here. I've been listening to your radio ads.
Yep, he's been listening. All you have to do is point. Goodbye, junk. Hello, relief.
This feels as good as he said it would. Fewer things, but better things. Will you help me spread the word?
We will, sir. We definitely will.
When you're ready to be happy, really happy, all you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
It's that time of year again when the trout trucks are making deliveries all across the state. Check our website at tnwildlife.org for stocking schedules near you. Trout are fun to catch and very healthy to eat. Catch a limit and take them home for the whole family to enjoy for dinner. You can get your license in minutes at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Brought to you by Alan Jackson Ministries. This and every Sunday night, don't miss Pastor Alan Jackson on Super Talk 99.7. From 7 to 8, he breaks down the news through a biblical lens. That's Pastor Alan Jackson, Sundays at 7 on 99.7 WTN.
It is 28 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Let's talk a little bit about some of the things we're going to be discussing. And again, we're going to open up the phones a little bit later. If you want to get online and if you have something on your mind, you want to get off your chest this morning, early this morning, 615-737-9986 is our number. I am Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. Today we will be talking about, there was a big meeting at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend. Between Zelensky and President Trump about the situation in Ukraine. They said some progress was made, but not really sure that anybody thinks that there is a peace settlement imminent. A lot of ground to cover there. Today at Mar-a-Lago, the president will be meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu to talk about what's going on in his part of the world. Trump's had a good run with these negotiations. Ukraine, very difficult one to try to settle, and he continues to work at it. I'm on the side of peace, says Trump. And Zelensky came in with a 20-point plan to try to end the war. It's not clear at all how this will be received by Vladimir Putin of Russia. There's talk of a demilitarized zone, all kinds of ideas being tossed around. Seems like we're still a long way from doing that. We'll talk about that, however, a little bit. I'm a little concerned, and I'm gonna talk about two cities that are taking actions in advance of their New Year's Eve celebrations, and they say they are concerned about the potential for a terrorist attack. You know, I'm concerned about that as well. So we'll go into that a little bit. And then some economic news, which I think is really, really positive. Things are poised to do quite well, I think, in 2026, and including housing is going to be a big issue for the Trump administration. We'll talk about all that. Right now, it's time for the news with Joan Jones on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to stick around for the forecast. It's coming up here right after the news. We're at 44 degrees right now, and the temperatures are headed down. Wilson County Schools announcing the death of a longtime teaching assistant, Holly Schiarpaletti, died the day after Christmas. She died in an ATV accident in Henry County. Also, a sheriff's deputy from East Tennessee has been killed in a car crash. Deputy Justin Mowry from Blount County Sheriff's Office killed in the line of duty last night. He was 30 years old. Investigators will be back on the ground in Hamilton, New Jersey this morning as they search for clues into the midair collision of two helicopters yesterday. ABC's Hannah Battah.
Dramatic video shows a helicopter spinning out of control seconds before crashing near Hamilton Airport in southern New Jersey. Witnesses calling 911. One pilot died. The other pilot rushed to the hospital critically injured. Both were reportedly flying close together in tandem. It's unclear why.
The owner of a cafe near the crash site said the pilots were regulars at his restaurant. He said they would often have breakfast together. President Trump has slashed the U.S. pledge for humanitarian aid for the UN from $17 billion to just $2 billion, warning the United Nations agencies to, quote, adapt, shrink, or die. It comes with a demand to improve efficiency, accountability, and effectiveness of humanitarian aid. Now the money will be funneled through one office and redirected to certain agencies rather than scattered around to individual appeals for aid. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hi, this is Roy Mountainlock Jr. You've heard me for years, but have you ever spoken to one of our advisors? Have you ever had a second opinion on your finances? Is your financial advisor truly working in your best interest or just selling products? Are you getting real strategies or just generic advice? It's your money. It's your future. Don't settle for any uncertainty. Schedule a no-risk 30-minute call today and find out if you're on track. Visit RoyMountainlockJr.com or call 615-843-2999.
Start the year off stress-free and sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer. You're going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle. Don't worry about the hassle of constant cleanings and making costly repairs. With Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer, you can receive the strongest all-cash offer in the industry and move when you're ready. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, one of their satisfied clients, Andre, said, I had an excellent experience working with Mark Spain Real Estate. They were professional, knowledgeable, and incredibly responsive. They made what could have been a stressful experience seamless and straightforward. He says, I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make, so who you work with matters. With over 14,000 five-star reviews, you can trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home quickly and for top dollar. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Are you worried about long-term care? Tune into Bulletproof Estate Planning, where we discuss wills, trust, and the hottest topic, how to not go broke in the nursing home. Join me, Estate Plan Stan, every Sunday at 8 p.m. right here on WTN Super Talk 99.7.
G'day, I'm Dr. Friday, president of Dr. Friday's Tax and Financial Firm. To get more info, go to www.drfriday.com. This is a 1-minute moment. So all of you that are listening that are my already existing tax clients, hopefully you have already set up your tax appointments. If not, you need to be going to drfriday.com, clicking on schedule and making your appointment ASAP. If you don't see an appointment available for you at that time, please call our office at 615-367-0819. One of us will answer the phone. We'll get you put on the schedule because it is booking up fast. So I want to make sure I have all my returning clients. If you're a new client, we'll also be trying our best to get you in. win, but returning clients, number one. So if you have any questions, call us 615-367-0819.
You can catch the Dr. Friday call-in show live every Saturday afternoon from 2 to 3 p.m. right here on 99.7 WTN.
Do you find yourself holding your breath every time it rains, worried about what you're going to find in your crawl space or basement? Stop the worrying and call the experts in waterproofing, USS, United Structural Systems, at 615-488-7855 or USSTN.com.
He's Donald Trump's number one enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Wow, that delay on 24 is now growing as you approach the Briley Parkway area this morning, westbound 24. We have minor delays on 40 as it begins that merge with 24. Things are looking okay on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning, everybody. 36 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. This is the Nashville Morning News with Dan Mandis, but I'm not Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis was working the overnights for Red Eye Radio, and I am here today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday before we begin our holiday. And Dan will be back after the New Year weekend. So, and be with you. Hope you'll settle in and enjoy the show. This weekend, as I mentioned earlier, we had Zelensky. And Volodymyr Zelensky was in Mar-a-Lago meeting with the president, trying to come up with some kind of solution to the war there between Ukraine and Russia. And, Trump really wants to get a deal here. And Zelensky seems to be moving closer and closer and closer to something that might work. Let me bring you up to speed on where we are. President Trump, according to the New York Post, suggested he would be willing to go to Ukraine to convince its parliament to concede land to Russia in a bid to end the war after meeting with Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky while declaring peace is closer than ever. The two leaders held a wide-ranging discussion over lunch at Mar-a-Lago on Sunday afternoon about how to end the nearly 4-year-old conflict, which Trump called the biggest war, certainly the deadliest war since World War II. I agree. Trump asked by a reporter at a post-summit press conference about whether he would go to Ukraine to help end the war. He said, "I would have no problem doing it. I don't anticipate it. I would like to get the deal done and not necessarily have to go." I hear him say, I wouldn't be against it, but I don't really want to go. I don't know that we, just from a national security standpoint, we could afford to send our president into a war zone. So I'm not sure that's going to happen. He said, "I've offered to go and speak to the parliament." Trump said U.S. and Ukraine were 95% in agreement about much of Zelensky's proposed 20-point peace plan, but acknowledged that certain issues, such as control of Ukraine's contested Donbas region, would be tough to resolve. There are one or two very thorny issues, very tough issues, Trump said. Issues they're going to have to iron out, but I think it's moving in the right direction. I think the land you're talking about, some of that land has been taken, referring to Russia's incursion. Some of that land is maybe up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next period of the number of months. You're better off making a deal now. Throughout the peace talks, Zelensky has maintained that he lacks the authority to cede land to Russia on his own, casting doubt on territorial concessions. During the press conference, the Ukrainian leader explained that his country parliament could potentially vote on the issue, or they could put up it for a referendum. It's their land, Zelensky explained. The land is not of one person. It's a land of our nation and a lot of generations. Ukraine's newly revamped 20-point plan is a pared-down version of a previous 28-point plan, which was viewed as much more pro-Russian. The revised plan, which Zelensky has described as the main framework for ending the war, includes proposals for security guarantees from the U.S., NATO, and European allies should Russia try to invade Ukraine again, as well as steps to reaffirm Ukraine's sovereignty and a proposed non-aggression pact between the sides. Zelensky pointed to Ukraine obtaining security guarantees as the key milestone to lasting peace. We've discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes the 20-point plan. 90% agreed. That number, by the way, was echoed by Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and others at a press conference afterwards. They said that negotiators agreed to the 90% of the 20-point plan. So how do you get that last 10%? Anybody can tell you that, when you're trying to negotiate a deal, getting the last 10% is really hard. We discussed all aspects of the peace framework. So there you go. And Ukraine. Takeaways, here's from CNN. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky traded freezing, missile-tormented Kyiv on Sunday for the frescoed dining room of Mar-a-Lago, where he hoped to gain President Donald Trump's sign-off on a revised 20-point plan. 3 hours of talk, neither man announced any major breakthrough in the grinding effort to end the conflict started by Russia in 2022. Both emphasized the process was complicated and would take more time. We do think we're getting a lot closer, the president said. So here are the 3 takeaways. The war either ends or goes on indefinitely. Trump said after he shook Zelensky's hand, insisted that no deadline in mind for ending the war. He also seemed to suggest that now, with intensive talks underway, led by Steve Witkoff and son Jared Kushner, was the ripest, finally end to the nearly 4-year war. I think we're in the final stages of talking, and we're going to see. And, as I listen to these comments, it seems to me that, they didn't really come up with any major announcement. And maybe that's what we call in the biz managing expectations. Not, sounding optimistic, but understanding, not saying that a deal is done, suggesting that there are some hurdles still that be overcome. Something else to point out, they say, is that Putin was not there, but he wasn't forgotten. He did not leave for a meeting in Palm Beach. The last time the president met was in Alaska, but it didn't mean his presence wasn't felt. Trump spoke to the Russian leader for more than an hour before the talks with Zelensky began, and a phone call to the Kremlin said the U.S. president requested. Trump said he would speak with Putin again after his meeting with Zelensky. So Zelensky is definitely in the mix. He's just not in the room. It's a pattern that has disturbed Ukraine supporters in the past. Trump hears Putin's point of view, and the subsequent meeting goes south. And that sequence played out in October. And as I mentioned, the last 10%. Heading into the meeting, Zelensky said 90% of the terms had been agreed to, but you got to get that last 10%, which is the hardest thing to do. Look, I think what's going on here is that Zelensky doesn't want to give up land, and Putin doesn't want to give up the land that he now controls. Trump's trying to find a middle ground here. It means that probably the end result here is that if there's going to be a peace deal, that Ukraine will have to give up some of its territory. And I don't know how you're going to get that done. And apparently what we're hearing from Zelensky is he can't make that decision on his own. It will require the parliament of Ukraine to be on board and to sign off on it. And that would be a heavy lift Imagine something like that happening in our country. It would be a very heavy lift. So I don't know that we're all that much closer. And I will say this, while they're getting close to the end, maybe to the end, maybe we're headed towards some kind of agreement, Putin is taking full advantage. He has ramped up his war effort against Ukraine in a very big way. And it's getting to be that very, very cold time of year in Ukraine where it's very difficult to operate. And so he's trying to take advantage of the last minutes here, dragging it out perhaps to see if he can gain just a little bit more territory before they actually start carving up land and giving what was previously Ukrainian land to the Russians. It is 45 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And let's keep going here a little bit. I want to talk, if I could, about New Year's Eve. And I've got let's see. There we go. There's my story. I want to talk about New Year's Eve, if I could, because I'm a little concerned about what might happen this New Year's Eve. I mean, why am I concerned? Why are many people concerned? It's because there are about 1,800. The last count that I got from ICE was they believe that there are 1,800 certified terrorists who made their way to this country during the open border season during the Biden administration. 1,800 people who got into this country who are considered a terrorist threat. They're on the terrorist watch list. 1,800 people. We don't know who they are. We know some of them who they are, but we don't know where they are. We don't know what they're up to. There's no way that we can keep tabs on 1,800 people in this country and know where they are all the time, especially when they don't want to be found. And so the question is, do you feel concerned about New Year's Eve? I, for one, am a little concerned that somebody out there is going to try to take advantage of large crowds gathered New Year's Eve and create all kinds of mayhem and havoc and carry out a terrorist attack. And I'm not alone. Officials in Chicago and New Orleans say they are moving to heightened security measures ahead of New Year's Eve celebrations following the disruption of multiple suspected terror plots in recent days, prompting warnings that large public gatherings remain vulnerable to both foreign and domestic terrorist threats. In Chicago, city officials have identified New Year's Eve festivities, including the annual fireworks display at Navy Pier, as a potential target for terrorism. According to a joint assessment conducted by state, federal, and local authorities, the Navy Pier celebration was described as, quote, an attractive target due to the size of the crowd and the open nature of the venue. The assessment concluded there was no specific or credible threat tied to the Chicago event at this time. However, officials warned, according to the Populous Times, that domestic and foreign extremists could view the gatherings as opportunities for attacks against involving vehicles or drones. I mean, how do you can you stop somebody in a car? And drones are a real national security concern, and we've seen that used in other places. Authorities cited the risk of car ramming attacks and the potential use of unmanned aerial systems and ongoing concerns consistent with tactics used in past attacks, both domestically and abroad. So Chicago officials say law enforcement agencies will maintain an increased presence at Navy Pier and surrounding areas as part of standard precautionary measures for large-scale public events. Okay. New Orleans, this is they're a little sensitive in New Orleans because there was a terrorist attack. Remember that one? Let's see. New Orleans has firsthand experience with the dangers posed by New York Eve attacks. Last year, the city was the site of an ISIS-inspired terrorist attack carried out by Samsud Din Jabbar on New Year's Eve, Jabbar rammed a truck into a crowd and opened fire, killing 14 people and injuring 57. So they're a little on edge about all that. A total of 15 people killed in the attack, including Jabbar, who was later shot and killed during a confrontation with police. The attack prompted widespread changes to security planning to events in New Orleans, with officials emphasizing the importance of proactive measures during high-attendance celebrations. Federal and local authorities have reiterated that the absence of a specific threat does not eliminate risk, particularly during high-profile events that draw national attention. So, what's going on? Law enforcement agencies in both Chicago and New Orleans are coordinating closely with federal partners to monitor potential threats, share intelligence, and ensure rapid response capabilities. They're urging the public to remain aware of their surroundings and report suspicious activity, while emphasizing that celebrations will proceed as planned under heightened security conditions. I don't know about you. I just don't feel personally the need to get out and do this. We have a big celebration here in Nashville, obviously. I've been to it in past years, and it's packed shoulder to shoulder with people, great music. It can be a very nice event, but I don't know. Given the fact that we don't know the whereabouts of so many people who could potentially want to do harm to us in this country, I just don't think that I would want to risk going out this New Year's Eve. These New Year's celebrations, the big ones, have become national security events, especially the one in New York City, which is always garners so much attention. Times Square. New York City's police are pretty good at locking it down and making sure that it's a secure area. Everybody's got to go through with metal detectors and that kind of stuff. But I mean, I'm telling you. The people who are defending against terrorist attacks have to be lucky all the time, and the terrorist only has to be lucky once. So, I'm not sure how this is going to fare out, but I got to tell you, this year more than any other year I can remember in recent history, I am really concerned. God forbid that something happens, but if it does happen, who's going to be held responsible for it? It will be the Biden administration, who opened our borders wide open and let these people in. 52 minutes past the hour now of 5 o'clock.
And coming up at the top of the hour, Tennessee becomes the first state in the nation to start compiling a list of repeat domestic abusers. Also, a new effort to get to the bottom of aviation's biggest mystery. It's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Serious talk? Sure, but we also make it fun.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN brings the brains and the entertainment.
Your go-to for smart, spicy, and totally watchable talk radio. Stream now the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app or on YouTube with Super Talk TV.
Hi, this is Roy Matlock Jr., and if you would like to learn about money and also make a potential career change, I would encourage you to visit RoyMatlockJr.com and find out about our expansion. I have a short video there that will kind of give you the details. That's at RoyMatlockJr.com.
In the market for a new home, you may have questions. What loan is right for you? What neighborhood should you look for? How important is purchasing power and how to stay competitive in today's housing environment? I'm Tanya Escabel. Tune into my show every Saturday at noon to hear answers to these questions and more right here on Super Talk.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you worried about long-term care? Tune into Bulletproof Estate Planning, where we discuss wills, trust, and the hottest topic, how to not go broke in the nursing home. Join me, Estate Plan Stan, every Sunday at 8 p.m. right here on WTN Super Talk 99.7.
G'day, I'm Dr. Friday, president of Dr. Friday's Tax and Financial Firm. To get more info, go to www.drfriday.com. This is a 1 minute moment. So all of you that are listening that are my already existing tax clients, hopefully you have already set up your tax appointments. If not, you need to be going to drfriday.com, clicking on schedule and making your appointment ASAP. If you don't see an appointment available for you at that time, please call our office at 615-367-0819. One of us will answer the phone. We'll get you put on the schedule because it is booking up fast. So I want to make sure I have all my returning clients. If you're a new client, we'll also be trying our best to get you in. But returning clients, number one. So if you have any questions, call us 615-367-0819.
You can catch the Dr. Friday call-in show live every Saturday afternoon from 2 to 3 p.m. right here on 99.7 WTN.
Busy bee, yeah, busy bee. If you need heat or cold AC, busy bee, oh, busy bee. Call 775-7833.
If you feel like you've been getting ripped off by auto repair shops, you're not alone. It's one of the reasons I started Eurofix and Amerifix, because all I ever heard was they keep your car forever. They're not honest, and they don't call you back when they say they will. Call in this Saturday beginning at 8 a.m. to get advice about your vehicle, and let's see if we can fix it. Find out how to keep from getting ripped off and avoid costly mistakes with your car. Join me this Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. with Fixing Cars with Aaron Stokes on Super Talk 997 WTN.
Paid for by Eurofix and Amerifix.
Sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
It is 56 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Glad that you're with us. If you are with us, I don't know, I get the feeling that a lot of people are, taking that week off between Christmas and New Year. I used to take it off all the time. Dan Mandis is taking it off. Well, not really, because he's working overnights doing Red Eye Radio. But, I mean, it's the time of year where, if you have any vacation time, you take it right now. Use it or lose it, right? So I think there's a lot of that going on. I mean, it seems evident that there's not a lot of traffic out this morning. So, but those of you who are up and around and getting ready for work, we're going to be here for you all the way to 9 o'clock when we continue with the Chris Hand Show. Supreme Court is going to be, is going to have a very, very interesting 2026. And one of the things that could be up for consideration is whether or not the Voting Rights Act case that's before the Supreme Court, and it could put some Democrat leaders in the hot seat. By some estimates, depending on how this verdict goes from the high court, the GOP could pick up 9 or more congressional seats if the high court strikes down this idea of race-based districts. It looks likely. A majority of the conservative justices have indicated that they oppose the civil rights era restriction during oral arguments 2 months ago. It's potentially important to 2026. Said Kyle Condict, who works over at Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia. At issue is Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which bans any law or map that results in the denial of the right to vote on account of race or color. In practice, the law has been used to create majority-minority congressional districts that favor Democrats, especially in Republican-majority states with large black populations. If it comes, and it completely changes our understanding of Section 2 and doesn't protect these districts anymore, you could have significant impact, says Condict. So, this really could change in places like Texas. Even if California does the same thing to the benefit of Democrats, it still would be in a situation where Alabama, Louisiana, even here in Tennessee, there are states where they have carved out certain districts, and they may not do that anymore. That may not be something that the Supreme Court feels is needed at this time. Supreme Court could completely upend that dynamic One analysis by New York Times found that if the Supreme Court entirely eliminates the Voting Rights Act race-based districts, Republicans could cut the 24 seats that Democrats hold in the South in half. That includes 9 pickups directly tied to Section 2's demise, one of the big cases the High Court will be considering this coming year. 59 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. You're listening to the Nashville Morning News.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around. We've got the forecast coming up here right after the news. It is a chilly start today. On January 1st, Tennessee will become the first state in the nation to have a public domestic offender registry. Here's Channel 4's Holly Thompson.
Now, this is all part of Savannah's Law. It's named after former Robertson County Sheriff's Deputy Savannah Puckett. She was found shot to death inside her burning home back in 2022. Well, the man convicted of killing her was her ex-boyfriend.
His name is James Kahn. He was a repeat offender with a history of domestic assaults. Now, Kahn also suffocated Puckett's dog before setting her home on fire. He has pleaded guilty. He's serving a life sentence. Also beginning on Thursday, the creation of the Centralized Immigration Enforcement Division, which will coordinate with the Trump administration on the president's immigration policies. Now, another part of this law imposes a Class E felony charge on any Tennessee official who supports or adopts sanctuary city policies in violation of state law. There is a new push to unravel the fate of one of aviation's greatest mysteries, the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines 370. Here's ABC's Hannah Battah.
Malaysia's government says a new deep-sea hunt for the Boeing jet will begin tomorrow, focused on a remote stretch of ocean. Ocean Infinity, a marine robotics company based in Texas, will deploy advanced underwater drones in a 2-month search. If they find the wreckage, they'll earn a $70 million reward. If they find nothing, they get paid nothing.
The plane vanished without a trace more than a decade ago with 239 passengers and crew on board. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures were little changed to enter the final trading days of 2025. And post-holiday travel is threatened by a bomb cyclone. I'm Jim Ryan, ABC News. Those stories are coming up in Wall Street now.
And stock futures this morning look like they're mixed. We've got Dow futures up just 2 points, though. And the NASDAQ futures are down 94. S&P futures, they are down 13 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
This is Paul Winkler. What if you got all your information about nutrition from a fast food restaurant? No way? Then why get all your information about investing and financial planning from mutual fund companies and commission-based advisors? Do this instead.
Go to PaulWinkler.com.
Winning just got closer at the Mint Gaming Hall. Win up to $2,026 in cash or free play during the holidays. It's a festival of free play from December 26th through New Year's Eve. Cash prizes, too. Celebrate with great food, big wins, and fun times at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs, and Bowling Green. TheMintGaming.com has all the details. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winning just got closer.
Real people with natural results at Renew Health and Wellness.
I tried lots and lots of plans.
I tried other diets. They weren't very successful with me.
It was just tough for me to lose a pound. It was tough for me to lose 5 pounds. I needed to lose 40 pounds because I was just overweight.
Wow, my life changed incredibly after the Clean Start weight loss program.
In less than 3 months, I've lost 53 pounds, and I've been able to maintain my goal and my weight.
I've lost over 40 pounds and still continuing to lose.
Gained my confidence back. I went from a size 24 pants to a 14.
It has changed my life, and it was simple to do.
Pick up the phone, get into Renew because it will change your life.
For over 15 years, Renew Health and Wellness has specialized in bioidentical hormone therapy for men and women, as well as weight loss, anti-aging, and aesthetic services. Call 615-680-9977 today for a free consultation. That's 615-680-9977, or take the test at renewmetoday.com.
Hello, fellow energy-saving friends. In winter, set ceiling fans to turn clockwise on a low speed. The fan blades push that warm air down without creating a breeze. See you soon for more saving solutions, and we'll build a more energy-efficient tomorrow together.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Westbound on 24, things are improving around the Bradley Parkway area. There had been a car into the center concrete barrier, and it has been taken away now, so traffic is moving again, but looks like some volume delays are just beginning to start in that area as well. If you are traveling on 40 heading in, it looks okay this morning. 24 and 65 both looking okay. Otherwise, in both directions, traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This report is sponsored by SuperSure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. The seismic shift is coming. Super sure, coming soon.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Much colder air returning to Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. Temperatures near freezing this morning. As we head to the afternoon, we'll barely get above freezing under plenty of sun, but with a gusty wind up to 25 miles per hour, it will feel like we're in the 20s all day today. Overnight tonight, we're down near 20, even in the teens in some areas with the wind factored in. It will feel like the teens and close to the single digits in higher elevations tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon will stay a little bit breezy, good sunshine, but those temperatures stay near freezing.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
Good morning, everybody. 6:05 on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis, who's taking some time off. I'll be with you all the way till 9 o'clock. I'll be with you Tuesday and Wednesday as well. So good to catch up with you again. Hope you had a great holiday. I hope that you're... Sam, did you have a great holiday?
I had a blessed Christmas, Brian.
Well, tell me. Highlight of your Christmas.
Other than being married to the most fantastic woman on planet Earth.
That's very wise, man.
She's my favorite Christmas present, but I just got to meet with both sides of the family, the in-laws and my parents, got to have dinner with everyone, see some folks from out of town. That was really the highlights, but I was spoiled. Joan got me this wonderful hoodie that I can't help but think of her soft, delicate voice every time I put it on.
Oh, keep it close, Sam.
And Joan, your holiday?
It was fantastic. We had just a nice time with my son and daughter-in-law and then the kids, you know. But the rest of the family doesn't come in until January. So in about a week, they'll be here. So then we'll do Christmas all over again.
Well, good.
So, yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, well, you know, in my house, as I have recounted many times, we have a very, I don't know, a very big Christmas display, 25 trees, I understand. I haven't gone around and counted them all, but I've been told reliably that there were 25 Christmas trees in our house. And I got to tell you, you saw it, Joan. Beautiful.
So
they remarkably beautiful.
They're gorgeous, but when I look at them, you know what all I can think of is
what? Same thing I'm thinking about right now.
The effort to put it all away.
You got to put it away. That's right.
That's got to be something.
So that process has already started at our house, but at the rate we're going, maybe mid-June.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we just start it all over again.
Right. You get it right back out again. At least you take the Christmas lights off the house at the end of the season, right?
Well, no, I don't. So we hire a guy to do
there
that.
You go.
Listen, I tell you what, when I got to be 60 years old, I said, I'm not climbing any more ladders.
That's a smart thing.
You know, because, when you find out how people are injured, it's almost always in a bathtub or with a ladder.
Right.
Or in the case of my wife, it's
Both.
It was a ladder in the
Yes.
bathtub, but that's a long story. I'm telling you, the ladder is a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel like my days of climbing ladders and trees and that kind of nonsense, getting on roofs, that's all done.
Yeah. You don't need to prove yourself. You've done it enough.
Yeah. So anyway.
And by the way, Sam's new sweatshirt looks better on his wife.
Oh, really?
Am I right?
Yeah, I texted Joan a picture because she washed it and everything, and then she put it on. And I told Joan when she gave it to me that I may not get a chance to wear it as my wife likes to steal my hoodies.
Well, I hope that everybody within the sound of our voice had a great holiday. I don't know. What is your thinking on this, Jonah? Is this where just a lot of people just take time off and sort of catch up with family or, use the last of that vacation time?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you can hear the traffic reports. It's pretty, the roads are pretty nice right now. And normally they wouldn't be at this time in the morning. So,
I
a lot of people, and I don't blame them. I mean, it's a great time to take time away and spend it with the family and chill out for a while. We all need that.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Joan, I'm going to move into some economic news here.
Okay.
Now's the time to cash in your silver and gold.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, your vast resources.
Clearly,
open up the
yes.
safe, pull out a couple of ingots, cash it in.
The bars, the gold bars.
Silver on, I guess it was just before Friday, I guess it was, hit a high of 79. It closed at $79 an ounce. Now, you may not know that's amazing. I mean, if you look at the chart on silver of where it's gone this year, it's just gone straight up. I mean, really straight up. It hit a high of $83 an ounce, which is remarkable. And gold also hit a high on Friday of $4,500 an ounce. $4,549.71. Now, it has fallen a little bit in early trading this morning, but not substantially. But it really, remarkable how gold and silver has gone right through the roof. Precious metals doing quite well right now as a hedge against other things. There's good economic news, though, a lot of places. And I'm not kidding. I saw when we went down to Birmingham, I drove down in the van, and because we had to carry the dog down, and we're going down to Birmingham. And of course, when you're going to Birmingham, you stop at Buc-ee's.
Of course.
It's required that you stop at Buc-ee's.
Yes.
And so I got to Buc-ee's, and they were selling a gallon of gas for $1.22.
Amazing.
I couldn't believe it.
I love it.
And so, there were some real bargains. I think that was sort of like a Christmas gift to their customers. I don't know. I think you had to get a car wash to go with it, but they got the greatest car wash in the world down there. It is. Have you ever been to the car wash at Buc-ee's?
I haven't.
Well,
I always go to, when I get gas, I go to the Costco and then I just pay for the.
First of all, it's the longest car wash I've ever seen.
Oh, is it really?
I mean, it washes you and it washes you and it washes you and it washes you.
You sit in the car while it's going through?
Yeah. You sit in the car and you just go right through the thing. But what I love about it is when they put the soap all over your car.
Yeah.
And your windshield is just white, they will project on that white the Bucky beaver, a little dancing beaver across your screen.
Oh, that's awesome.
Across your windshield. Yeah, it's really something. But I mean, $1.22, and that place, those people are printing money. I mean, a Buc-ee's, they're just making money hand over fist.
And they pay their people well. Seems
That's
like
what I hear,
everyone,
yeah.
Seems like everyone when you go in the store is happy and engaged with customers, and everybody's there to have a good time.
And what I noticed was how quickly they put people through the checkout line.
Yes.
I mean, they crank it out. I mean, you're barely there. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, here, put your thing in there and let's go. I mean, I was in and out in just a few minutes. That place is. It is a paragon of efficiency.
Not only that, it has
really
the
is.
world's cleanest bathrooms that are also very efficient because there's always somebody inside saying, oh, there's a vacant one down there, vacant one on the left. You can get through the bathroom process quickly. The lines move fast and they're so clean.
And the food's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, not really. I read somewhere There was somebody saying, name a chain that's overrated, and somebody said Buc-ee's. I said,
Oh, no.
That's not my experience. I think it's a pretty cool place. But anyway, so I went to Buc-ee's and had cheap gas. But speaking of cheap gas, there's a lot of cheaper gas out there. The current price of gasoline is the lowest fuel cost in the United States since March of 21, when the average cost of gasoline was $2.81 a gallon. That was nationwide. 40 states currently have gas prices under $3 a gallon, the most states with such a price in years. Of the 11 remaining areas with gas prices over $3, and includes Washington, D.C., and eight of the 11 have Democrat governors. How about that? You know what the difference is, really, how much taxes they add to it. Fuel costs have gradually decreased since the end of October and early November. On October 2nd, the national average for a gallon of gas was $3.16. By the end of the month, it was down to $3.04. That's on average. I mean, here, I don't know, you could probably get for $2.25 if you look hard. Gas prices vary throughout the U.S. depending on the region of the country. West Coast has the most expensive gas, while the states in the Gulf of America and the Midwest typically have the lowest. Notably, there are 11 states with average gas prices under $2.50 a gallon. More about the economy, more about gas prices, but right now I got to take a quick break for weather and traffic at 15 minutes past the hour.
Glencliff, 24 westbound before Briley Parkway South. We've got an accident moved to the right shoulder. No problems on 65 or 40. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
And let's talk about the weather. The high was at midnight. It was 53 degrees. Right now it's somewhere around 35, but it's going to continue to get colder and colder and colder as the day progresses, hitting the mid-20s before it's all over with. On Tuesday, the overnight low will be 21. The high will only reach 35 tomorrow. Wednesday, the overnight low will be around 28. And the high will be somewhere around 46. So right now we got 35 degrees in Metro Nashville, Tennessee. Talking about gas, it's been cheap. Fuel costs have gone down. And here's a story that tells you why Trump's policies are responsible for this. When it comes to gas prices, what a difference one administration can make, writes The Blaze. After peaking above $5 a gallon under President Biden, prices at the pump are now their lowest levels in more than 4 years and still falling. Today, the national average is about $2.85, as we told you a moment ago. Most people associate one big beautiful bill primarily with tax cuts, but it may prove to be one of the most consequential pro-energy laws passed in years. Lower gas prices do not happen by accident. They are the result of deliberate policy choices, specifically President Trump's reversal of the anti-energy agenda pursued by the Biden administration. That agenda, driven by radical environmentalist activists, sought to force a rapid transition away from oil and gas, regardless of the cost. They were trying to punish people who drove cars that burned gasoline. They were trying to punish people, and by doing it, they were wrecking the economy. Nothing ripples through the economy either in a good way or a bad way than the price of gas. When it goes up, the cost of everything goes up. When it goes down, the price of everything comes down because it's cheaper to get your goods and services to market, right? Well, on day one, President Trump moved to unwind many of those decisions, issuing nearly a half dozen energy-focused executive orders that restored certainty from producers. And producers don't like uncertainty. The bill reduces production costs by repealing the Inflation Reduction Act's misguided fee increase on oil and gas produced on federal lands. It cut that fee by 25%, making domestic production more attractive and more affordable for drillers. That was just part of it. I mean, there's so many things that he did, and we are drill baby drilling, and the price of gas is coming down, and this is a very good thing. Overall, when you look at the cost of goods and services, they are starting to come down. There are real problems, though, in a few little areas that are going to take a little while to work through. I mean, Donald Trump is trying to redo the economy in a very positive way, and make it, let the economy do what the economy will do if you just get out of its way. Our founding fathers gave us a wonderful economic system. And all you have to really do is just get out of its way and let it do what it does. And that's what he's doing. He's getting out of the way, taking away a lot of the things that were causing the economy to flounder. And it's taking a little while with these tariffs and this new way of going about charging our adversaries on the world stage for doing business in our market. We're bringing in billions and billions and billions of dollars. But as I say, there are some areas, beef, for example, still very high. That will take a little time because the herds were decimated. You have to build back up the herds, and the cost of beef will eventually come down. That's a hard one. Also, a real problem in the economy right now is the cost of housing. And we have heard that President Trump is going to have a sort of a focus like a laser beam on that in the days ahead. And I'm telling you, that will be very helpful because right now, housing is really expensive for a lot of people. And listen to this story. They're having meetings about this down in Mar-a-Lago. Trump preparing landmark new policy to spur up to 12 million new affordable homes, his advisor says. Housing costs major part of the affordability issue facing many Americans. President Trump is hoping his new plans will relieve much of that financial pressure. The president has the opportunity in front of him to create possibly the largest housing boom in U.S. history. Man, I'd love that. And he thinks he has the tools and the personality to accomplish and the plans to accomplish it, says Morris Davis, the recently departed chief housing economist for the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Talking to Just the News, the United States is facing a persistent housing shortage. By the way, you know what some of that is caused by? Illegal immigration. But he's got a persistent housing shortage, estimates ranging from 3 to 5 million homes needed overall, up to 7.1 million affordable rental units lacking for extremely low-income households as of late 2025. This supply deficit transpired after decades of underbuilding had driven home prices to record highs and severely worsened affordability, leaving about one-third of households spending more than 30% of their income on housing. 30%. High mortgage rates around 6 to 7% have frozen the market, pushing existing home sales to their lowest levels in 30 years, delaying first-time buyers until a median age of 40. So I don't see mortgage rates coming down substantially anytime soon. I think they'll come down a little at a time, a little at a time, a little at a time. I don't think we're going to see 3% mortgages anytime soon. So one of the things that has been talked about is that if you sell your home, you can take your mortgage rate with you, sort of make them portable somehow. I'm not sure how that would all work. The devil is in the details. But look, here's what I know about Donald Trump. He thinks outside the box. And this is an area that is perfect for him. He understands this. He understands real estate. He understands that market. I think we are in for some very interesting ideas to come right after the first of the year. And if he can build indeed 12 million new affordable homes, that will go a long way to helping people find a place and to secure their part of the American dream. I hope that happens. I hope that happens, and I have a feeling that it is the number one thing. I will say this as we conclude this discussion about the economy. I think we are poised for huge things in the coming year. I do. I think yes, there are some rough spots still in the economy, and I know people are still feeling the pain of the Biden policies. It takes a while to turn the economy around. But we're making great moves. Getting cheaper energy was a real move in the right direction. Food prices are going to come down. Everything's going to, I think, turn by the middle of next year. By June, July, well in advance of the midterm elections, I think this economy is going to be churning at full blast, and people are going to notice it. One thing, you're going to get a pretty good refund this year. Good chances you get a real good refund this year on your income taxes because of the big, beautiful bill. And no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security. A lot of things are going to put money in people's pockets, and that will help our economy in a huge way. 24 past the hour now, 6 o'clock.
Coming up at 6:30, a Mar-a-Lago Peace Summit. What came of President Trump's weekend efforts? Also, how to welcome the new year and the nation's birthday right here in Tennessee. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Chad Benson, like your smartest friend. That is, if your friend also found the humor in the news. Miss the live show?
Grab it on demand. It's politics, pop culture, and plenty of "Did he just say that?" moments.
Available now on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app and your favorite podcast platform.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Mandis, and I keep seeing over and over again in Dr. Horn's reviews at Vision for Life, it's his patients saying, I should not have waited. And I got to tell you, I couldn't agree more. I got out of my procedures with Dr. Horn, and I was amazed at how quick it was, how easy it was, and how quick their recovery time was. Now, before my lens replacement surgery, I dealt with the constant hassle of glasses and contacts, reading and driving and working, everything just felt harder than it needed to be. Now I can see clearly, and it's changed my day-to-day life. When I read review after review from patients saying the same thing, I wish I had done this sooner, it really does hit home because that was me as well. So look, if you're dealing with age-related vision loss, cataracts, maybe just tired of blurry vision, do yourself a favor and don't wait. Dr. Horn at Vision for Life takes the time to evaluate your eyes and create a plan that is right for you. Now, the procedure is quick, recovery is fast, and the results are life-changing. Call them at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime, visionforlife.com, and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
TennesseeSleep.com wants to help you sleep well and be healthy. If you snore and gasp for air, especially if you struggle wearing a CPAP machine, Dr. Brian McLaughlin and his team of experts will custom fit you with an FDA-approved oral device to gently open your airway at night to eliminate the gasp. We're in network with all major medical insurance providers. If you've met your deductible, let's maximize those benefits to finally get a good night's sleep. Tennessee Sleep is veteran-owned and VA-approved with 2 convenient locations, Brentwood and Murfreesboro. Learn more and request an appointment. Visit TennesseeSleep.com.
Buy with 0% financing now at Darrell Waltrip Buick GMC's Red Tag sales event. Get rates as low as 0% on select new models, including GMC Sierras, or choose 0 down or make no payments for 90 days. See our full Buick and GMC inventory at Darrell Waltrip BuickGMC.com. Need service? Our shop is open until midnight. Visit Darrell Waltrip Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Lease of contract limited. Not available with lease and some other offers. With approved credit, see dealer for details. Offer ends 12/31/25.
This is Dr. Foley, Advanced Clinical Nutritionist DC. I've helped many people overcome thyroid issues naturally using the correct blood test and the right nutrition.
For a limited time, get your functional thyroid exam and blood test only $69. Call 615-333-0021.
You called 1-800-GOT-JUNK?
Yes, I did. Please come in, all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Do you have any close friends?
I'm happy to say that we do, sir.
Yes. I have a close friend who told me the secret of his happiness the other day, and I'm inclined to believe him.
What did he tell you, sir?
He said his secret was to own fewer things, but better things.
He sounds like a very wise friend.
That's why I called you here. I've been listening to your radio ads.
Yep, he's been listening.
All you have to do is point.
Goodbye, junk. Hello, relief.
This feels as good as he said it would. Fewer things, but better things. Will you help me spread the word?
We will, sir. We definitely will. When you're ready to be happy,
Really happy?
all you have to do is point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.
Hey friends, Aaron from Eurofix, where European car repair feels different. No grease-stained chairs, no dealer pricing, no ghosting when you need a callback. Our waiting rooms are clean, and you get a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on all of our repair work. Plus a rental car available with every appointment. At Eurofix, we keep you off the tow truck. Nashville, Franklin, Belmead, Murfreesboro, and Mount Juliet. Call us at 844-EUROFIX or visit us online at myeurofix.com. That's myeurofix.com.
This Saturday at 9, tune into the Efficient Heating and Cooling Hour with Jeff Eddy. It's your home. Keep it comfortable through the changing of the seasons. Questions about heating, cooling, air quality, and more with Jeff Eddy during the Efficient Heating and Cooling Hour. Saturdays at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sponsored by Efficient HVAC.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 615-206-2200. That's 615-206-2200.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Glencliff, 24 westbound before Bradley Parkway South. Accident blocks the right lane and shoulder. Use caution. No problems on 65 or 40. No unusual delays on 440, 840 running accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
This report is sponsored by USA Fencing.
Ever wanted to try an Olympic and Paralympic sport? Try fencing. It's fast, safe, and easy to start. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning, now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump hosted peace talks at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida over the weekend.
Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago after an hours-long phone call with Vladimir Putin.
We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer.
Zelensky bringing with him a proposed 20-point peace plan, which includes stronger security guarantees and a major concession to the Russians, a demilitarized buffer zone in the contested Donbas region of Ukraine.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio, the president also saying he believes that Russia President Vladimir Putin is ready for peace. A 19-year-old under arrest for setting off a homemade bomb Saturday night near the Cumberland River in Lyon County, Kentucky. Bo Winters was arrested at his home in Caldwell County. Police are saying that he assembled the bomb from a mix of more than 100 pounds of aluminum powder and ammonium nitrate. The charges will reflect that he set the bomb off on U.S. Army Corps of Engineers federal property. Police say there will be more arrests. The celebrations of the nation's 250th birthday begin on January 1st in Tennessee. As in years past, dozens of state parks across the state will host what's called First Day Hikes, but this time they'll be dedicated to America's birthday. First day hikes vary from easy walks to strenuous ones, and they're available for hikers of all ages. Dress up right, though, they say, with sneakers and hiking boots or layered clothing. Bring along water and snacks, too. You can check out my X account for which parks are taking part this year. Find me at Joan Jones WTN on X. That is the latest news. You've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, we have some things going on now. Percy Priest Lake at Hobson Pike on the Hobson Pike Bridge. Watch for an accident reported there by police. Westbound lanes of 24 in the East Bank area past Shelby Avenue. You've got an accident. Stalled out vehicle on the right shoulder of 65 southbound before Concord Road. That's causing some delays. And then Old Hickory Boulevard in Madison. There's an accident right at I-65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 37 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. It's Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis this week, all the way through Wednesday. Hope that you'll join us tomorrow and the next day as we wrap up this 2025, put it to bed, and get ready for 2026. By the way, before I get too deep into this next topic, I just happened to look at the temperature again. When I came on the air at 5, it was 35 degrees. Now it is 29 degrees.
Oh.
And a feel-like temperature of 14.
Don't worry, the sun's going to come out today, and it's going to make everything better.
Yeah, no, it's going to get colder.
Yeah,
colder. We're headed. It's not. It's one of those days where our high was at midnight.
Yeah,
and so we're probably talking about mid-20s before it's all settled down.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, you know.
Yeah, I was checking the radar just to see what was up and down in southeastern Tennessee. There was some snow showers passing through over Georgia.
Oh, gosh. Well, there you go. You know, if you don't like the weather here in Tennessee, just hang around. It'll change. Anyway, try to bundle up this morning. It's going to be cold. I mean, I'm just looking at the forecast. I know I'll do the forecast in a minute again, but 21 for an overnight low tomorrow. That's going to be, that's wintertime, folks. Not surprising, I suppose, in late December, but one way or the other, it is very different from what we had just a few days ago. I'm a little concerned about artificial intelligence. And let me start out by saying, I look back at my own life and I say, you know, there was a time when I had in my head all of the phone numbers of people who were important to me. I had them memorized. I could, you know, dial them up from memory. I didn't have to look them up. They were just there because I was required to use my brain to memorize those numbers. I mean, yeah, sure, we kept a Rolodex and all that for numbers that you didn't use that often, but the numbers that you used every day, you had them right there at the top of your head. I can still remember my phone number from my home when I was a child. Area code 915-632-1821. I remember it clearly. That's still in my brain. If you ask me the phone number for my wife's cell phone, I couldn't tell you what it is. Because, I just tell my phone, call my wife, and my wife gets called. I have it in contacts, but I don't have it memorized. There was a time and a place where, we used to look at maps to go somewhere. And before you went anywhere, you pulled out the map and you looked at it, either a city map or if you're traveling a long distance, you pulled out a map and you looked at it. Nowadays, I couldn't tell you the name of most of the streets that I travel on because I simply tell Waze where I want to go and Waze takes me there. I feel like I've lost something. I have a hard time remembering how I ever went places before. How did I find that? I don't remember looking it up, but apparently I did. See, technology can be a wonderful and helpful thing. It can also make you stupid. And that's what I fear about AI. I think AI is, it can be a wonderful thing. I think, for example, medical diagnoses done with AI, it's not there yet, but it's getting close. And it certainly can be a helpful tool to doctors. Okay, here are the symptoms. What might it be? Have a doctor go through it and use the skill that they have from having gone to medical school to sort of go through the idea and see if any of that makes sense or triggers some new thinking. I think that's all very, very helpful. I have used AI to do things in a hurry, but then I go back over and I put my touch on it so that it's not completely AI. It's cheating in a way, it seems to me. I'm really concerned that we're going to lose our ability to do certain things like write, do mathematics. Already, I never have been very good at math, but it changed a lot when I got a calculator. It will change again with AI. But what I'm worried about is that the kids that are in school right now are using AI to such a degree that they're not really learning anything. I found an essay that I think is pretty interesting by Meg Marie Johnson, who is an educator, and she says that she's really concerned about AI in the classroom. Listen to a little bit of this essay. I found it in thefederalist.com if you want to look it up. As an educator, I've heard high school teachers and college professors alike defend teaching AI usage in the classroom. The technology isn't going away, so kids have to learn how to use it responsibly. AI can be a useful tool. Learning how to write the right prompts is a marketable skill. See, you don't write anymore. You just write the correct prompts to AI and let AI do the work. They say they should not only allow but encourage students to use AI to brainstorm ideas, write outlines, and provide feedback on their work. And, that may sound benign. It's sort of like calculators. They used to tell me in school, you got to learn math because you're not going to have a calculator with you all the time. Well, I do have a calculator with me all the time. It's in my phone. But I worry about this being a little different. I think that she goes on to talk about an MIT study that shows that AI usage decreases cognitive function on things like critical thinking. Seems rather odd to insist that something proven to weaken our brain should be introduced at places where institutions of learning. Aren't institutions of learning supposed to be where we strengthen our brain, not make it weaker? But AI is in the classroom now. I really fear that AI is being used to the degree on student assignments, etc., that kids are not writing anything anymore. They're going to lose the ability to effectively communicate their ideas through writing. They're just going to rely on an AI, grok to do it for them. I'm concerned about our children. I'm also concerned about people who are going through colleges right now, and they're using AI and to write their papers. They're not really learning the material the way that they would have in the past. And I think we're going to get a whole generation of people to come out of the schools who really aren't very good at what they do. I mean, would you want to have a doctor operate on you who used AI to make to write papers at medical school? No, I don't think so. I think what I would want is somebody who actually learned the material. AI can be a wonderful thing. Don't get me wrong. It's also commonly argued that students should be encouraged to use AI to get feedback on their work. And that's perhaps, she says, the saddest suggestion of all, for it takes the humanity out of a writing process. In other words, you write it and they say, hey, AI, why don't you work this over for me? And then you take all the humanity out of it, and it's just, it's proper. It's not always accurate, but it is maybe fairly well written, but it's all out of the same voice. Whatever happened to finding your voice in writing? I don't know. I just really worry about this stuff. More on this in a moment. It's 46 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Looking for a high today of, well, we've already hit the high. We're looking for a low today of around 25 degrees right now, 29 degrees. But, hey, guess what? It feels like it's 14. 47 minutes now past the hour. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, talking about AI. As I look at, for example, Facebook and some of the social media, I'm finding it to be a complete wasteland of AI crap. It's just crap. I mean, it's AI generated visuals and pictures and artwork, and the writing is done by AI. And you can tell it. I mean, if you get a sense of it, you can tell that it has sort of that AI feel to it. But what I'm finding is a lot of the stuff that's out there is completely inaccurate. You know the old saying in computer world, garbage in, garbage out? If you ask it to write based on certain assumptions, it will write you, if you give it garbage, it will write garbage. I find it to be a lot of inaccuracies that I see. And increasingly, I'm having a difficult time, though, determining what is real, especially in visuals, and what is AI. Is this something that is real, or was it generated by a computer? It's getting incredibly difficult to know what is truth and what is not. And I think that's a really, really bad thing. And I don't know how you get your arms around, getting rid of that. People are going to use it. But I'm getting to the point now where I'm about ready to check out of all social media because so much of it is just absolute AI garbage. Clickbait. Worthless. Here's a story from the Tennessee Star. Legislation aimed at prohibiting artificial intelligence companies from training their chatbots to advise users to commit suicide or homicide would also ban AI companions. A bill banning AI companions, therapists proposed in Tennessee General Assembly. Submitted by Mary Littleton R. of Dixon, last Friday by State Senator Becky Massey of Knoxville. Description of the legislation provided in the Tennessee General Assembly states that it could make it a Class A felony offense to knowingly training artificial intelligence to encourage the act of suicide or criminal homicide or act in specific manners, including developing an emotional relationship with an individual or simulating a human being, including an appearance, voice, or other mannerisms. The bill contains potential civil and criminal penalties for companies that knowingly train their AI products to engage in specific behaviors. That's where we are in America today. How scary. How scary. I simply want to, maybe I'm old-fashioned, maybe it's a quaint notion. I would just like to know that the pictures I'm looking at are real, not composed by a computer out of ones and zeros from nothing. I don't feel like that's helpful. I'd like to know that the material that I'm reading actually came from a human being and was fact-checked. Yes, human beings make errors, but I got to tell you, I think right now that humans write with more accuracy than does AI. And, they've got AI now that can create a video that you can't tell that it's not real. AI now can replicate my voice. Absolutely replicate my voice so that you can make me say anything on social media, whether I ever said it or not. You can make it sound like I am endorsing a product, that I'm endorsing a particular point of view. This is happening right now for our music people. AI can replicate any voice out there. You can have them sing a song that they never sang. There are so many things about AI that I'm deeply, deeply concerned about, and I think while I see some advantages to it, I'm beginning to believe that the disadvantages of AI far outweigh the advantages. And I'm really worried that we're creating a generation of kids who are getting through school on AI without actually taking the moment to learn things. How can this be a good thing? How can that be a positive thing in our educational process? Just food for thought. I think we're going to hear an awful lot about AI, and AI can do this, and AI can do that. And it's sort of like Jurassic Park. Just because you can do something, is it necessarily a good idea? 52 minutes past the hour.
And coming up here at 7 o'clock, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is apparently a TikTok sensation. We'll explain. Also, some new driver's licenses are coming to Tennessee, but not for everyone. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 57 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis. You know what? 2026 will be a lot like 1968. Think about this for a moment.
How's that?
Well, we're going back to the moon. And they say that in as early as February, sometime between February and April, we're going to send 4 astronauts on a trip to the moon. I mean, you're not hearing a lot about it, but it is true. Now, we're not landing on the moon just yet, but that's on the agenda as we go further down the line. Maybe within 3 years, we could have people on the moon again. But this time, they're going to do it a little different. They're going to have the infrastructure to actually stay long-term on the moon, to make it a permanent base on the moon. That's the plan.
This is kind of a race with China against China, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, China says they want to go to the moon, and they have a plan to put people on the moon by 2030. The Russians, they always talk about these kinds of things, but they never really seem to be able to develop the technology to do it, or they have the funding to do it. So I'm not sure. But, I mean, the Chinese got the money, and the Chinese have the wherewithal and the know-how to do this. So, but get ready. Artemis 2 mission to the moon sometime in February or maybe March or April. We're going to circle the moon the first time, and then within 3 years land with plans to stay long-term on our nearest orbiting planet, or it's not a planet, it's a moon, but go to the moon, just like we did in 1968. The more things change, the more they stay the same. It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Blech.
Well, good morning. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Check this out. It's 32 degrees here in Nashville this morning, much colder than it has been in the past week or so. Stick around. Check out the forecast coming up here right after the news. Well, hot off his successful round of talks with Ukraine and Russia's leaders yesterday, President Trump is planning to work on a second peace deal in Florida.
Later today, President Trump welcomes Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to Mar-a-Lago to discuss the next stage of the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Also expected to be a major focus, Iran's nuclear activities, after Iran's president over the weekend said his country is in a, quote, full-scale war against the U.S., Israel, and Europe.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio there. Iran has also launched 3 communications satellites into space from a launch pad in Russia. It's an action the U.S. says defies a UN Security Council resolution. Well, now that a federal judge has sprung MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia out of jail, he apparently fancies himself as a TikTok star. Yes, that's him singing. His videos drawing criticism from DHS and from citizens around the country. U.S. District Judge Paula Zinnes ruling that the U.S. cannot detain nor deport him again because, she said, the government didn't produce a final order of removal. Beginning in 2026, people living in Tennessee who are legally present in the state but not U.S. citizens will only be issued temporary driver's licenses or ID cards that specifically indicate they're not full citizens. Tennessee State Senator Bo Watson.
Only permanent driver's license and photo IDs are valid for voter identification, explicitly excluding temporary IDs. This ensures the security and integrity of our elections.
Now, Democrats claim that the law wastes state tax dollars on what they call a federal issue, and they complain that it unfairly targets migrants who are following the legal path to citizenship. Also, starting on Thursday, Tennessee won't recognize driver's licenses issued to illegal immigrants from other states, making it a misdemeanor if they're caught driving in Tennessee. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After the major indexes set new records last week, stock futures were little changed going into the final trading days of 2025. On Friday, the Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq Composite all closed with slight losses. Oil prices rose this morning as commodities traders weigh tensions in the Middle East against the possibility of a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Crude futures were up about 1% in overnight trading. Investors will be watching over the coming months as Jerome Powell's term as chairman of the Federal Reserve comes to an end. President Trump has been highly critical of Powell's handling of interest rates over the past year. Trump may have the chance to appoint 2 new Fed governors in 2026. A rush of frigid Arctic air threatens to snarl post-holiday travel and create potentially dangerous conditions to start this week. Across the upper Midwest, snow, ice, and freezing rain will intensify into a so-called bomb cyclone. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And we're looking at stock futures all in the red this morning. The Dow futures are minus 59, NASDAQ futures falling 114, and the S&P futures are down 19. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, let's see. We have an accident in Madison this morning. It's on Old Hickory Boulevard, right at I-65, and then Percy Priest Lake on Hobson Pike at the Hobson Pike Bridge. Watch for an accident there as well. Belle Meade, Harding Pike at Woodmont Boulevard. There's an accident. Another one reported by Metro Nashville Police. It's right at the TriStar Medical Center at 23rd Avenue North, south of Charlotte Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:07 on Super Talk 99.7. I am Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. This is the Nashville Morning News with Dan Mandis show, but he's taking some time off. He'll be back after the new year, and I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 5 to 9, filling in for Dano as he takes some time off. I hope that you'll, hang around. It'd be good to catch up. I haven't talked to you in a while, so just settle in. I think this is a very unusual time of year. And it's a time of year when, there's just not a lot going on. A lot of people are taking their last-minute vacation, use that time or lose it, at the end of the year. So I think traffic's pretty light. I think a lot of people have decided to extend and have a nice long Christmas vacation. I hope that you have had some great time with your family during the holidays. But if you're up and around this morning, you're doing, the Lord's work, you get out there and get ready to do your job, just, join us and we'll try to keep you apprised of what's going on around the country and in our own area. I will tell you, I think the biggest story today is the weather, which is going to get colder and colder and colder all day long. Our high was at midnight, and we have a feel-like temperature right now in Nashville, Tennessee, of somewhere around 14 degrees. That's cold. So bundle up and try to stay warm. Let's start by talking about some things that are going on in the swamp. I think this story is pretty interesting because it has to do with that pipe bomb. For a long time, we had these pipe bombs that were dropped on the night before January 6th. So it'd be the night of January 5th. We all know what happened in Washington on January 6th, but that night before, somebody put pipe bombs near the RNC and the DNC. What's really interesting about the pipe bomb at the DNC is that's where they were staging the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, at the time. And they had pictures. They weren't very good, but pictures of somebody who was actually placing the bombs. They knew that, but it seemed that the Biden FBI just couldn't figure out who it was. They for some reason, they just couldn't put it all together. Trump FBI comes in and they start working on the case, renewed interest by Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, and they actually came up with a suspect, and they believe they have the person who is responsible for that. And the question is, what was the motivation for it? Was it January 6th related? Well, now we're beginning to get some answers because the pipe bomber has been talking to authorities. Generally they tell somebody don't speak, but he's been speaking and talking about the motivation. And the motivation seemed to be that he just felt like things were out of control, and it was like a pox on both of your houses. He felt like somebody needed to do something to bring to the attention of the Democrats and the Republicans that they disagreed with their policies. Virginia man arrested and charged with placing pipe bombs outside of the Republican and Democrat National Committee the night before January 6th of 2021, told investigators in a lengthy confession that he was not targeting the joint session of Congress that was convening to certify former President Joe Biden's election, according to a new court filing. In a multiple-hour interview with authorities following his 4th of December arrest, Brian Cole allegedly admitted his actions in placing the pipe bombs after initially denying any involvement. Cole denied in the interview being an openly political person, but said in the wake of the 2020 election, he began following the news on YouTube and Reddit. Oh, there you go. Well, that's his first problem. And he felt like something was wrong, and that people who felt that their votes were like being thrown away were being ignored, according to prosecutors. When asked why he placed the devices at the RNC and the DNC, the defendant said, "I really don't like either party at this point." Prosecutors said in their filing describing his views. Cole also explained that the idea to use pipe bombs came from his interest in history, specifically the Troubles in Ireland. The defendant denied that his actions were directed toward Congress or related to the proceedings scheduled to take place on January 6th, which was the certification of Joe Biden as president. According to the defendant, he's really not thinking about how people would react when the bombs detonated, although he hoped there would be news about it. The defendant stated he had not tested the devices before planting them. He claimed that he learned the devices did not detonate. He was pretty relieved and asserted that he placed the devices at night because he did not want to kill people. We are told that although the bombs did not go off, they were viable. Apparently, the only thing that kept this thing from actually going off was a dead battery, or a battery that got too cold, or a battery that ran out. One way or the other, that was the only thing that kept these things from exploding. And now we're finding out, he said it was basically, his opinion was it was a pox on both houses. Yeah, well, we'll learn more. Interesting that he's talking to authorities at this time. Also from the swamp, we have gotten word that after more than 20 years of failed attempts, they are going to finally shut down the FBI Hoover building. When I first got to Washington, for at least 20 years while I was there, they talked about the fact that they wanted to move the FBI headquarters building, and there were all kinds of plans to move it here or move it there. It was discussed ad nauseum, but it never happened. Well, now apparently it's going to happen. They're not going to build a new building. What's going to happen, according to Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is that they're going to move a lot of people that need to be in Washington to the Ronald Reagan building, which is right there in the middle of things, and put people at the Reagan building, and then take some other people that are in Washington and move them out about the country to different FBI bureaus. I think that is a good move. I think there was too much power in the FBI centrally located in Washington, and while we have a lot of good people in the FBI out there doing good work of fighting crime and looking for bad guys and doing what they can to make the nation safe, I think that in Washington there was too much emphasis on the politics. I think decentralizing the FBI is a good thing. And I'm just glad that they finally have come up with something to replace the Hoover building. It will be completely, I guess, demolished at some point. It opened in 1975. The first FBI director, the FBI is called the Hoover Building, which was named after the first FBI director since its opening in 1975. But it's history now. And it will be closed very shortly. 15 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock, time for traffic and weather on Super Talk. We're looking for a low today of around 25 degrees. Right now it's 29, 30 degrees, and our high was actually at midnight. And we're going to have breezy conditions today. Tomorrow's low, overnight low, will be 21, only going up to 35. Wednesday, overnight low 28 with a high of 46. There'll be some sunshine, so it'll feel a little better. Maybe the wind will die down a bit, but it's still going to be pretty cold, so bundle up. Going to be a cold run up to the New Year's Eve celebrations. I should look at New Year's Eve and find out. Let's see. Look at that real quick. Let's see. So that's Wednesday. Yeah. Actually, New Year's Day, overnight low of 33 and a high of 47, partly cloudy skies. All right, so there you have that. Talking about stuff from the swamp, here's a little story that I don't know what to think about it. It's written up in several places. Nancy Pelosi, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, said during an interview on Sunday that she never intended to rip up President Donald Trump's 2020 State of the Union speech. Do you remember that? Probably, I think, one of the rudest things I've ever seen done in official Washington. The president is required by law to deliver a State of the Union report, and that's the actual paper. It was only in modern times that it became a speech in front of Congress, but he was required to provide that paper to Congress by the Constitution. He must report about the State of the Union. And he did that, and then to everybody's disbelief at the time, after the speech was over, she ceremoniously, in front of the cameras with everybody watching, ripped up the speech and threw it away. But she says now that was, I guess, sort of a spur-of-the-moment decision, that she didn't enter that evening thinking she was going to do that. It hadn't crossed her mind. And she says people like it. I know. I thought it was probably her worst moment on the public stage. During a conversation with Jonathan Karl of ABC, Pelosi said her defining moments in the relationship with the president were spontaneous. People liked the tearing up of the speech. I didn't intend to go to the speech to tear it up. It was just the first part of it. I tore a page because he was lying, she says. And then the next page and the next. I thought it was a manifesto of lies, and so I thought I better tear up the whole speech. Unbelievable. While the speech is on strong paper, you have to do it several times to get it done. But I didn't have any intention of doing that. I thought my staff was going to die. She also talks about an image of her pointing her finger at Trump during a 2019 cabinet meeting. She says a lot of people come to her and say, will you sign a picture of you giving you're pointing your finger at Donald Trump? She decided in November she would not seek re-election after completing her current term. Nancy is about to be retired. I got to tell you, she is the epitome of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome.
I have some of that audio if you'd like.
Do you? I'd love to. I have.
Yeah.
I've been looking for it. I haven't been able to find it.
So this is she did the interview with Jonathan Karl,
right?
Who I guess was sitting in for somebody for ABC's This Week.
Right.
So her most treasured accomplishment, as she says, in her career was the thing that's costing you a bundle of money starting January 1st.
I'm very proud of the Affordable Care Act. I think that it was just made a big change in terms of what working families need for their health and their financial health.
Sure.
Okay.
Also, she believes that President Trump was solely responsible for what happened on January 6th.
It was clear that the President of the United States had incited an insurrection.
Yeah, and she also says, don't blame me that there wasn't anybody there to help.
It was clear that the President of the United States had incited an insurrection. And we begged him to send the National Guard. Typical of him, he never represents the truth. He said, I was going to send it, but they didn't want it. Get out of here. Even Mitch McConnell was on the phone with us saying, get them here right away. Yeah. But they,
wait.
Right.
That is rewriting of history is what that is.
Absolutely.
That really angers me because, I mean, Trump offered the National Guard days before January 6th. Thought it was a good idea, recommended that they do it, and she turned it down. I mean, the Capitol Police Chief said she didn't like the optics of it.
Yeah, that was Stephen Sund, who responded to her by saying, hey, listen, we tried to he sent it up the chain, he said, multiple times, sent it up the chain, and she kept on booting it out. No, we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it. So it's a fallacy on her part.
Yeah. She look, I mean, I covered Nancy Pelosi when she was Speaker of the House, and I interviewed her on many occasions, one-on-one. Something happened. She snapped somewhere along the way.
TDS really ran strong with her.
Just absolutely eaten up by the TDS. There's no doubt about it.
She also went off on Republicans in Congress, this last one.
Okay.
Congress have abolished the Congress. They just do what the president insists that they do.
Yeah, the Republicans in Congress have abolished Congress. Okay. Yeah.
She's just not in touch with reality anymore.
I don't know where she gets it from. She also said at some point that President Trump violates the Constitution, and that's why they just keep having to impeach him. It's not like they don't intend to, but he keeps violating the Constitution. Although she never said, it's the old phrase, without merit or whatever. She keeps saying things that she can't back up with any proof, but she just says them.
I think she's fried out her faculties from the years of money laundering and insider trading that she's had to keep all these secrets.
I don't know, but I'm telling you, she just got weird in the last years as speaker, and then later when she was speaker emeritus. So I don't know. Go off and retire, Nancy. Have a good life. Move on.
Yeah.
MoveOn.org. Hey, one real quick note before we wrap up things happening in the swamp. A great bit of news from Caroline Levitt. She is now announcing that she's pregnant with her second child. A baby girl will be joining her previous child, which is a boy. So that'll be the big brother. She says her heart is overflowing with gratitude to God for the blessing of motherhood, which she believes is the closest thing to heaven on earth. Congratulations, Caroline. She's doing a great job, by the way, don't you think?
Next to Kayleigh McEnany, I think she is the best I've seen at this job. Just the best.
Yeah, she's pretty solid.
Yeah.
24 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock.
And coming up here at 7:30, a couple of helicopters collided in midair over the skies over southern New Jersey. Also, President Trump goes on a cost-cutting mission for U.S. contributions to the United Nations. We've got those stories and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 29 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair for Dan Mandis on Super Talk. Listen, we got a lot coming up ahead. The president continues to carry out his attacks against oil tankers and drug runners out of Venezuela. But you know what? It's not just Venezuela that is feeling the impact of those actions. There are also other countries who are reeling from this because Venezuela provides that oil to some of our, well, let's say, adversaries on the world stage. So what's going on with all that? We'll get into that in the next few minutes after the news. Also, Trump is to meet with Netanyahu today after meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. A lot of activity. Washington has moved all the way down to Mar-a-Lago for the next few days, and a lot happening. We'll bring you up to speed. Right now, time for the news with Joan Jones at 7:30.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We got your chilly forecast coming up right after the news. Wilson County Schools announcing today the death of a longtime teaching assistant. Holly Schiarpaletti died the day after Christmas in an ATV accident in Henry County. Also, a sheriff's deputy from East Tennessee has been killed in a car crash. Deputy Justin Mowry from Blount County Sheriff's Office was killed in the line of duty last night. He was 30 years old. Other news, investigators will be back on the ground in Hamilton, New Jersey this morning as they search for clues into the midair collision of two helicopters. This happened yesterday. Here's ABC's Hannah Batar.
Dramatic video shows a helicopter spinning out of control seconds before crashing near Hamilton Airport in southern New Jersey. Witnesses calling 911. One pilot died. The other pilot rushed to the hospital critically injured. Both were reportedly flying close together in tandem. It's unclear why.
The Associated Press is reporting that the owner of a cafe near the crash site said those pilots were regulars at his restaurant and they would often have breakfast together. President Trump has just slashed the U.S. pledge for UN humanitarian aid from $17 billion to just $2 billion, warning United Nations agencies to, quote, adapt, shrink, or die. It comes with a demand to improve efficiency, accountability, and effectiveness of humanitarian aid. Now, with this new decision, the money will be funneled through one office and redirected to certain agencies rather than scattered around to individual appeals for aid. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, you've got some delays this morning. If you're traveling in the Bellevue area, Highway 70 South at Sawyer Brown Road, that's the scene of an accident. Got another one on Harding Pike in Belmead. It's right at the Woodmont Boulevard exit. State Capitol at 7th Avenue North and Charlotte Avenue, a crash involving injuries, and yet another injury crash at 23rd Avenue North, south of Charlotte Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 36 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson, your friend and radio buddy, in for Dan Mandis, who is taking some time off this week. He'll be back after the first of the year. We'll see him next year. So enjoy your morning, and let's settle in, and I'll try to bring you some news and information you can use, okay? Hey, listen, I want to start talking about the attacks against the drug boats in Venezuela. That's by the way, a very, I think, for most Americans, a very popular policy, going after the narcotics before they can get to this country. You know, by the way, I noticed that the Democrats love to point out that, well, some of these boats weren't headed to America; they were headed in a different direction. I just want to say that's a pretty stupid thing to say. Just because they're not going straight toward America doesn't mean that it's not on a path to America, a circuitous route to America. I just want to discount that completely. But I think most Americans like the idea of President Trump treating the narco-terrorist as what they really are, terrorists. He makes a good point that every time they take out a boat, they are saving American lives, and I think that's true. I don't know. I've never been someone who did illegal or illicit drugs, but I would imagine right now that the price of drugs is going up dramatically on the streets today because it's got to be taking a real hit on the supplies because it can't get here. It's being blown up before it can get here. And I think that means the price goes up on the street. So there is that. I like the idea that we are going after the narco-terrorists. I've said for years, if we determine that it's somebody in Yemen, or like we did the other day, where was it? I forget, Nigeria, that somebody is acting against the best interests of the United States from a national security standpoint. President Biden, President Obama, they took action just like Trump is taking against the narco-terrorist. And I think Americans look at this as an 80-20. 80% of Americans probably like what's going on here. And because it's, something that Trump has done, the Democrats are automatically taking the 20% position, not a popular one, defending drug dealers. Come on. But there's another element to this story that I don't think many people have put together or have not thought about, and I want to bring that to your attention. When he goes after the oil tankers and says we're going to seize these oil tankers, it puts the squeeze on Venezuela. There's no doubt about that, and that's his whole plan. Put pressure on Maduro to step down, get out of the way, and they do that by taking away their major way of funding their activities, and that is shut down the export of oil out of Venezuela, and you are hurting Maduro and his corrupt government. You know who else you're hurting? The people who are going to get that oil. And guess who it is? Some of our adversaries on the world stage. Some of this oil was destined for China. We're putting pressure. When we stop the oil shipments out of Venezuela, we're putting pressure on China. We're putting pressure on Russia. Some of this oil was destined for Russia. We're putting pressure on other countries around the world who rely on that Venezuelan oil, who are not necessarily our friends, if you know what I'm saying. And there's a journalist, Batya Ungar-Sargon, who has written an article about that and says that the president is treating Venezuela as a central point of pressure across multiple international and domestic fronts, tying the seizure of Venezuelan oil to the broader objectives involving Russia, China, Iran, and U.S. border security. She said that the decision to seize Venezuelan oil is not isolated, but instead a broader strategy aimed at achieving multiple outcomes at once. See, he's playing chess while the rest of us are playing checkers, right? I think the president sees Venezuela as a pressure point for a lot of different fronts. The Russians are very upset that we're seizing this oil. Of course, the president's trying to bring an end to the war in Ukraine, and that gives him some leverage. China has also reacted negatively to the oil seizure, and she tied Venezuela's role in funding Iran to the president's broader national security concerns. The Chinese are upset about it. Venezuela is funding Iran, another one of our enemies. So when he seizes the oil, yes, he's putting pressure on Venezuela, but he's also putting pressure on China, on Russia, on Iran, and a whole bunch of other people who don't have our best interest at heart. And I don't think that is generally understood. I love what he's doing and with going after the drug boats. And I think it's fair to say that these seizures of oil are a multi-pronged attack against our adversaries on the world stage. Speaking of Iran, the U.S., Israel, and Europe have been warned. Iran President Masoud Pezeshkian said Saturday his country is in a full-scale war with all three ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's meeting Monday with Donald Trump. He's coming today. Iran says we're at war. We're in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. They don't want our country to remain stable. His words echo proclamations by Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and some of the top generals there. The remarks precede a planned Monday meeting between Trump and Netanyahu. During Netanyahu's visit to the U.S., Iran is expected to be a key topic in the conversations. Here's more on that. It says right here, the Israeli leader is expected to make the case that Iran's expansion of its ballistic missile program poses a threat that could necessitate swift action, sources tell NBC News. The two issues are expected to be the focus of the discussion at Trump's Mar-a-Lago property. A White House official told NBC News it comes a day after the president hosted Volodymyr Zelensky as part of the U.S. bid to negotiate a peace deal with Russia. While Trump has been working for an end to the war in Europe, progress has stalled in the Middle East. The Israeli-Hamas truce went into effect in October, ending the two-year conflict. You know that. But there's been little movement on the more complex second phase of the peace process, raising concerns both sides are failing to take action to carry out the next phase of the deal. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said earlier this month Washington was aiming to get the new government bodies in place very soon. He'll meet with Netanyahu ahead of Israeli Prime Minister's sit-down with the president. So, a lot going on down at Mar-a-Lago. First, there is this meeting with Zelensky, and then today, a meeting with Netanyahu. The president, does he ever take a vacation? Not really. He just moves his location so he can get a round of golf in, I guess, maybe, perhaps. But one way or the other, seems like there's a lot going on down at Mar-a-Lago as we head into the new year. We're going to talk more about what happened in this meeting between Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky. They're trying to put together this peace deal that would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. What happened? What's going on? We'll get to that in just a few moments. Right now, 45 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. We're looking for a high today. Well, the high's already happened. The high happened at midnight. So we're looking for the day will get colder and colder as we go forward. It's supposed to end up about in the mid-20s. With the wind blowing out there like it is, though, we have a feel-like temperature in the teens. So, bundle up today. It's going to be cold, and it's not going to get any better throughout the end of this year. All the way till New Year's Eve, it's still going to be cold. So just bundle up and deal with it. If you're planning to go out on New Year's Eve, it's really going to be a pretty chilly night. I have New Year's Day as being in the 40s, but the overnight low on Wednesday will be 28 degrees. Talking about what's happening down Mar-a-Lago, we told you that Trump and Netanyahu are meeting today in Florida, and Iran, who has now declared war on the U.S., okay, knock yourself out, it was going to be the major topic. Yesterday, it was a meeting between Volodymyr Zelensky and Trump, as they try to hammer out a deal. Now, Trump got on the phone with Putin, spoke for about an hour before Zelensky arrived. Zelensky arrived and to go over a 20-point peace plan that they say, they're in agreement on about 90% of it. That's the word that comes from both the president and from Marco Rubio and others. They feel like, and indeed Zelensky says, we're about 90% of the way there to a deal, but we haven't gotten it done yet. Here's from the New York Post, pretty good article about that meeting. President Trump on Sunday suggested he would be willing to go to Ukraine to convince its parliament to concede land to Russia in a bid to end the war after meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and declaring that peace is closer than ever before. The two leaders held a wide-ranging discussion over lunch at Mar-a-Lago on Sunday afternoon about how to end the nearly 4-year-old conflict, which Trump called the biggest war, certainly the deadliest war since World War II. I think he's right about that. Trump asked by a reporter at a post-summit press conference about whether he would go to Ukraine to get the deal done. And he said, I don't anticipate it. I would like to get the deal done, not necessarily have to go, but he said he would consider it. I'd have no problem doing it if it was helpful. I've offered to go and speak to Parliament, Trump said, specifically referring to the potential need by Ukraine to concede some of the Donbas region to Russia. I mean, the way this thing is going to get settled, it appears, is that Russia is going to hold on to the land that it took in the Donbas region. And that, of course, not something that Zelensky, as president of Ukraine, can sign off on his own. He makes the point that if something like that were to be done, it would have to be with the support of the Ukrainian parliament, and that's a pretty tough one. He's not sure that the votes are there, and Trump has said if it was helpful, I would go and speak to the parliament and convince them to take the deal. I think the land you're talking about, some of that land has been taken, he said, referring to Russians' incursion. Some of that land is maybe up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next number of months, and you're better off making a deal now. In other words, Ukraine could lose more land. So, stop it now, leave the borders where they are now, and accept the deal. In a way, I understand Ukraine's position. They didn't start this war. This was started by Putin and Russia, an act of overt aggression. And although we have supported Ukraine with military supplies and everything else, it seems to me that, it really is not going to end. I mean, it's sort of at a stalemate. The Russians can hold on to what they've taken, and despite the fact that the Ukrainians have put up a really good effort and have done a lot to diminish the military capacity of Russia, I don't think they're going to be able to reclaim that land that Russia has taken. So, what is the outcome? Well, Trump seems to think that the outcome is freeze it where it is now, let them have that land, move on. And one of the things we're reading this morning in some of the reporting about that session with Zelensky is he's asking for a very long-term commitment from the United States to provide security should Russia ever try to invade Ukraine again. So is that something that Trump has been willing to sign off on? That'll be interesting. It would involve making some very serious commitments and basically put us in the same position that NATO is currently in. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. One way or the other, still about 10% disagreement between all the parties. Can they get there? I don't think it's imminent. I think maybe we are closer to peace than we've been. But the last 10% is always the hardest point. You get 90% of it, it's always the last 10% that's hard to work out in almost any deal. So we'll watch it very closely. 50 minutes past the hour now, 7 o'clock.
And coming up, Tennessee becomes the first state in the nation to start compiling a list of repeat domestic abusers. Also, if you're still paying bills with paper checks, beware, they may soon be a thing of the past. Got those stories coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 56 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock, almost 3 hours down. One more to go here of Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. There's one thing in my life, I feel like I'm probably a real expert on this topic. I stand behind no man in my appreciation of donuts. I mean, it really, honestly, is there anything better than a good hot donut? And I've sought all over the world and looking for the best donut, and I can never think of anything that's negative about a donut. A donut is just it's just so much fun.
It's heaven on earth.
It is. I mean, who doesn't love a good donut? Well, those people in Haversville, Massachusetts, apparently don't like donuts, or at least they don't like the smell of donuts. Have you heard about this story? No. Residents in Haverhill, Massachusetts, said the smell from a new Dunkin' Donut factory is just too much. They can't stand the smell of donuts in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
Oh my goodness.
I think that would be hey, come to Haverhill, Massachusetts. It's a town that smells like donuts.
Yeah.
Well, are they saying that it smells too much like donuts, or that the factory is producing factory smells?
No, they say my house smells like donuts all the time for the last 2 months. It's distracting and it's heavy. I don't know what they're going to smell like during the summer. It's owned by a company called Kafua Management Company, 100,000 square feet, the largest bakery for Dunkin' in the U.S. It was built earlier this year and serves more than 200 Dunkin' shops that are run by Kafua. But anyway, apparently the people there saying that they don't like it because they don't like the fact that their town smells like donuts. I think it's an asset, not a detriment.
I used to have a neighbor who didn't like. We like making like the meat and potatoes kind of meals.
Right.
I had a neighbor that didn't like the smell of meat. So they would actually set up a fan to blow the smell away.
Are you kidding me?
Not kidding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, you don't like the smell of freedom.
Right.
Now, the representatives say the factory makes about 1 million donuts a day. Now,
wow.
That's a donut factory right there. What's the best donut you ever had?
There back when I lived in Annapolis, there was this terrific Amish market, near us, right in the Nashville. I'm sorry, right in the Annapolis area, and you would go there, and they would have, and they were giant donuts. We're not talking small, like bite-sized donuts. No. They had these giant donuts, and it was like the maple bacon on top, and they're like crazy combinations that it was mouth-watering when you would walk in there in the first place. But getting a donut there was like the best thing ever.
Shipley's here.
Yeah,
original glaze.
A lot of people love Shipley's.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. I hear that all the time. I've actually done segments where I open up the phones. People talk about their favorite donut. My favorite donut comes from my hometown, a little company called Southern Made Donuts.
Okay.
And they were unbelievable. I've traveled the world. I've sampled a lot of donuts, but I've never had a better donut than was made right there.
Nice.
8th and Dixie. In Odessa, Texas. Well, anyway. But you know what? Every time I go back home, first thing I do,
go get a donut.
Go get me a dozen donuts, and I can eat them all. They're just they're just so good. Well, listen, we got another hour here of the Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis.
Good morning, now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And one of the top things you'll notice today is the change in temperature. It's so cold this morning. Stick around. Stefano's got the forecast right after the news. On January 1st, Tennessee will become the first state in the nation to have a public domestic offender registry. Here's Channel 4's Holly Thompson.
This is all part of Savannah's Law. It's named after former Robertson County Sheriff's Deputy Savannah Puckett. She was found shot to death inside her burning home back in 2022. Well, the man convicted of killing her was her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, his name is James Kahn, a repeat offender with a history of domestic assaults. Kahn also suffocated Puckett's dog before he set the home on fire. He's pleaded guilty, and he's now serving a life sentence. Also beginning on Thursday, the creation of the Centralized Immigration Enforcement Division, which will coordinate with the Trump administration on the president's immigration policies. Another part of this law imposes a Class E felony charge on any Tennessee official who supports or adopts sanctuary city policies in violation of state law. A new push to unravel the fate of one of aviation's greatest mysteries, the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines 370. ABC's Hannah Battah.
Malaysia's government says a new deep sea hunt for the Boeing jet will begin tomorrow, focused on a remote stretch of ocean. Ocean Infinity, a marine robotics company based in Texas, will deploy advanced underwater drones in a 2-month search. If they find the wreckage, they'll earn a $70 million reward. If they find nothing, they get paid nothing.
The plane vanished without a trace more than a decade ago with 239 passengers and crew on board. For folks living in Tennessee who are receiving SNAP benefits, changes will begin in 2026. No longer will recipients be allowed to use SNAP to buy sugary foods and drinks.
And that does include things like soda, energy drinks, candy, and prepared desserts as well.
Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac there. The changes, however, don't begin until July 31st. And this will not be welcome news for some of you. The writing may be on the wall for Americans who still use paper checks to pay their bills as the Federal Reserve explores whether to do away with paper checks. NBC's Priscilla Thompson.
The Federal Reserve announced it's considering overhauling or even winding down its check processing services. In a recent notice, the Fed writing, over time, check use has steadily declined. Digital payment methods have grown in availability and use, and check fraud has risen. They're still asking for input from the public, but whatever they decide to do could have an impact on consumers.
One Fed board member did write a dissent saying that checks remain an important option for especially seniors who struggle with new technology. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Ahead of the opening bell here, and the Dow futures are down 105. NASDAQ futures minus 181, and the S&P futures are down 29 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, it's an accident at TriStar Medical Center, 23rd Avenue North and Charlotte Avenue. That involves some injuries. Another one in Belmead at Harding Pike and Woodmont Boulevard. And then in Bellevue on Highway 70S, there's an accident at Sawyer Brown Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock, hour number 4 of the Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. Glad that you're with us on this Monday, December 29th. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for Dan, and he'll be back next year. We'll see Dan next year. That's right. I got a lot of stuff to talk about with regard to the economy, and I think this is a pretty interesting topic right now. I want to real quick look up while I've got just a moment here, the situation with gold and silver, which, if you are not aware, they closed last week very high, both of them. Both the gold is down $117 after hitting a very high mark. And silver, which closed at 79, actually went up to 83. You look at silver, and I mean, you look at the graph on silver, and it's just like a ski slope straight up. It's like a ski jump in reverse. It's gone way, way, way up from earlier in the year. It was at 79, went to 83. Right now, it has fallen back a little bit. People are cashing in, so the prices are coming down a little bit. $73 an ounce for silver. So that's going on. Gold actually hit a high of $45,030.60 an ounce. That's pretty high. That's way up there. So the gold and precious metals, let's see, well, I've got it here. I'll just look at the pre-market trading. Dow futures down 97, S&P down 27, NASDAQ futures down 166. Oil, by the way, is up. Oil, West Texas Intermediate crude, $58 a barrel. Brent crude going for 62. So oil is up right now, and precious metals are up, although down off their high from last Friday. Nashville housing prices are high, but lower taxes are still attracting new residents, writes WZVT 17, Fox 17. Despite Nashville's median single home price reaching, what would you guess? What would you guess, Sam, the family price for average price for a single family home is in the Nashville area?
I'd have to say $450,000.
You're a little low, but not far off the mark. $505,000.
Okay.
Now, the price is $5,000 above the national average, and $180,000 more than in 2019. You know, the good news about it is if you have a house, the value continues to go up. But if you're trying to buy a house, that's not good news. I don't know. I heard some people say it's a buyer's market. It may be. But right now, it's still expensive to buy a house. According to Open the Books, the absence of individual income, estate, or inheritance taxes is still, though, however, a significant draw. So prices may be high. They're not higher than they are in California, though. They're not higher than they are in some of the major metropolitan areas in this country. And so the one thing that keeps bringing people in, we are so blessed to live in a state where there is no income, individual income, estate, or inheritance tax. Wow. That's just awesome. Speaking of housing, if you look at the economy, there's a lot good there, and I'll get into some of the good stuff that's going on with the economy right now. But the sort of real tough part of the economy for a lot of people is the cost of housing. And the Trump administration has said that they're going to do something about it. I actually have a soundbite. Let me see if I can find this soundbite. I think it's pretty telling about what Trump is going to do. Here we go. Here's Kevin Haslett, who is the White House Economic Council leader, talking about what the Trump administration plans to do with regard to housing in 2026.
And then the other thing is that we've got lots of great new ideas that we're going to put before the American people this year to make their lives better. The president mentioned in his economic speech from over here at the White House that we've got everybody in the whole cabinet working on trying to get housing to be more affordable. We're going to have a plan, a big plan to announce sometime soon in the new year that's going to be really good news for the American people who feel like it's just not affordable to buy a home anymore. Don't forget that under Joe Biden, the average mortgage mortgage payment for the typical middle-class family who are buying for the first time a home went up by $14,000 a year. $14,000 a year because of inflation and higher interest rates. And we've got a plan that's going to make that go almost completely in reverse. Already, we've reduced that monthly mortgage payment by $3,000.
Well, let me ask you about that, because one of the ideas that keeps getting batted around and mentioned here in Washington and beyond is this idea of a portable mortgage, that a lot of people, if you got a 3% mortgage, you don't want to sell that house and go back out into the market, freeing up that housing maybe for more an entry-level buyer. Could that be part of the conversation, that portable mortgage?
Yeah, we've got a list of things that we're going to present to the president. I expect, break a little news for you, I expect that most of us are going to be down for a big chunk of the week after Christmas at Mar-a-Lago, going through all the plans for next year. And definitely we have a big list of housing ideas that have been vetted very carefully by the cabinet secretaries to present to the president in a week or two, and we'll see which ones he picks.
All right, and on that point, here is more on that. Trump preparing landmark new policy to spur up to 12 million new and affordable homes, advisors say. Housing costs, according to justthenews.com, are a major part of the affordability issue facing many Americans. By the way, that's an issue that that Democrats have found some traction in. No matter how good the economy is, it takes a little while for perception to catch up with reality. In other words, people are still perceiving that prices are high and housing is an area where it really is high. So they're valid. It's a valid point. If they feel like I can't afford housing, they feel like maybe the economy's not working for them. Trump understands this, and so preparing a new policy to spur, are you ready, 12 million new affordable homes. President has an opportunity in front of him to create possibly the largest housing boom in the U.S. history. I think he has the tools and the personality to accomplish and the plans to accomplish it, says Morris Davis, who recently departed as his chief housing economist for the White House Council of Economic Advisors. White House is facing a the United States facing a persistent housing shortage, with estimates ranging from 3 to 5 million homes needed overall and up to 7.1 million affordable rental units lacking for extremely low-income households as of late 2025. I'm dying to know what the plan is. I think that will be interesting to watch in the days ahead. Housing, would it be possible? I don't think interest rates are going to get where they need to be anytime soon. We got so used to very, very low interest rates, 2 or 3%. Interest rates were possible for a long, long time. That is just not, if you look historically at interest rates, it's extremely rare for them to be that low. So right now we're, at 6. I got a mortgage at 5. So that's, it's coming down, but it's not going to come down dramatically anytime soon. So if that's the thing holding you up, I think you have to recognize that historically 3% mortgage rates were great when we had them, but they are not the norm. I actually, at one point in my life, paid 12% on a house mortgage. 12%. So we're doing a lot better than we were doing back in those days. So the president is going to be talking about housing in the next few days, and I hope that he comes up with some good stuff, because I do think this is an area where the Democrats have gotten a bit of traction. More about the economy. Right now, I got to stop for weather and traffic at 8:15 on Super Talk 99.7. The other day, the forecast real quick. It's going to get colder as the day goes on. Before we are done, we'll land somewhere around 25 degrees with a wind chill factor in the teens. Right now, it's 29 degrees in Nashville, Tennessee. So, the economy is looking pretty good. The other day, we got these GDP reports that were a little delayed because of the government shutdown that showed that the government was growing by, 4%, which was a real surprise. And nobody saw that. It does say that the president's economic policies seem to be working if those numbers don't get revised, as they sometimes do. That's really great news and really good news about the solid nature of the economy. The Bank of America CEO has said that he believes the economy is, quote, pretty solid. Let me quote this. This guy's name is Brian Moynihan. U.S. economic growth remains on solid footing heading into 2026, but the outlook hinges on whether American consumers continue to spend. Here's what Moynihan said. At the end of the day, people are spending. They have good credit quality. They are employed. It's pretty solid right now, he said on Face the Nation to Margaret Brennan. But, the question is, will they continue to spend? I think they will. And you know what makes me think they will? What's coming in early 2026 as people start to file in the first quarter their income tax reports? They're going to get big refunds this year, maybe 1,000, 2,000 as a result of the big, beautiful bill. And, if you have a job where you rely on taxes what is it called? Tips as income. You're not going to have to pay taxes on it. If you're getting Social Security, you're not going to have to pay taxes on that. That puts money in people's pockets, and when people have money in their pocket, got a little jingle in your pocket going jingling-a-ling, you're going to go out there and you're going to spend it. And that's why I think they'll continue to spend. He says if they continue to spend, things will look good. I think they're going to continue to spend. America's first energy policy is paying off at the pump. I said earlier, I don't know if you were with us earlier, but I drove down to Birmingham on Christmas Day to spend time with my sister and her family. Cabana wife and I went to Buc-ee's. At Buc-ee's, I got gasoline for $1.22. It was a special deal of some kind, but I'm telling you, gasoline prices are low, not generally that low across the country. Across the country, we are right around $3 a gallon. But here in Tennessee, I don't know. I've seen gas $2.25, a little more. Not bad. It all depends really on how much taxes are added by the states. When it comes to gas prices, what a difference an administration can make, writes theblaze.com. After peaking at remember the bad old days, $5 a gallon under President Biden? Prices at the pump are now at their lowest levels in more than 4 years and still falling. Today, the national average for regular gas sits at about $2.85. Wow. And a growing number of stations are dipping below that $2 mark. I saw in some parts of Texas, it was $1.99. When's the last time you paid $1.99 for gas? Falling gas prices bring immediate relief to households worried about affordability, while also easing pressure across the broader economy. As I say, nothing makes its way through the economy, ripples its way through the economy more than energy prices. If energy is high, then costs are going to be high. If energy is low, costs can come down because it doesn't cost you as much to get your good or service to market. So according to Gas Buddy, Americans writ large are saving a collective $400 million a week at the pump. That's money in your pocket. That helps, right? Cheaper fuel deserves celebration, more work to be done. Most people associate the one big beautiful bill primarily with tax cuts. But if you go back and look at it, there's a lot of pro-energy stuff in there. And as that stuff starts to kick in, I think we can expect these low gas and diesel prices to remain low for some time, and I think that is helpful. Low energy prices, money in your pocket coming in the form of tax refunds, that's just around the corner, and maybe the interest rates come down just a bit more. All of that, I think the economy is really poised to do big things. Here's another thing about gasoline. Oklahoma is the state with the lowest gas prices in the country. Average price there is $2.28. Iowa has the lowest gas prices next in line at $2.39. Arkansas, $2.40. Texas, $2.42. Colorado is next with statewide averages of $2.44. Most expensive gas, you might imagine, California, $4.28 a gallon. Thank goodness you're not in California. Hawaii is up there at $4.42 a gallon. Washington State stands at $3.90 a gallon. Alaska and Oregon have the fourth and fifth highest prices, $3.30, $3.55 and $3.47 respectively. I mean, why does gas cost like in one place it costs this and the next it costs? It's not all about the taxes that are tacked on. You know, if you have a state like we have in Tennessee with relatively low gas taxes, relatively speaking, then you are going to have low gas prices, lower than, let's say, you would have in California, where they just tax you. The thing that's really so irritating about gasoline prices is that Biden really wanted gasoline to be expensive. He wanted to move you to electric cars. He wanted you to drive less. It's all part of their Green New Deal. They wanted high gas prices to make it uncomfortable for you. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. It's now 23 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7.
And coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Mar-a-Lago Peace Summit. We'll tell you what came of the president's efforts this weekend. Also, how to welcome the new year and the nation's birthday right here in Tennessee. All of that and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, it is 29 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up here in just a moment, Joan Jones with the news. And after that, we'll check in with Chris Hand to see how Christmas went at his house. I bet it was pretty interesting with all those great kids he has. We'll talk to him coming up after the news. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. Brian Wilson in today in the chair.
Good morning. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump hosting peace talks at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida over the weekend.
Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago after an hours-long phone call with Vladimir Putin.
We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer.
Zelensky bringing with him a proposed 20-point peace plan, which includes stronger security guarantees and a major concession to the Russians, a demilitarized buffer zone in the contested Donbas region of Ukraine.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio, the president, also saying that he believes Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready for peace. A 19-year-old is under arrest for setting off a homemade bomb Saturday night near the Cumberland River in Lyon County, Kentucky. Bo Winters is his name. He was arrested at his home in Caldwell County. Police say he had assembled the bomb from a mix of more than 100 pounds of aluminum powder and ammonium nitrate. The charges will reflect that he set off that explosion on U.S. Army Corps of Engineers federal property. Police say there will be more arrests. The celebrations of the nation's 250th birthday will begin on January 1st in Tennessee. As in years past, dozens of state parks across the state will host what's called First Day Hikes. This time, they'll be dedicated to America's birthday. First Day Hikes vary from easy walks to strenuous ones, and they're available for hikers of all ages. They say dress up right with sneakers or hiking boots and layered clothing. Also bring water and snacks. You can check out my X account for which parks are taking part this year. Find me at Joan Jones WTN on X. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks are starting the day out trading lower, with the Dow Jones Industrials down 23. The Nasdaq is falling 172 already, and the S&P 500 index down 27. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Trouble on 24 westbound in Antioch, right at the Blue Hole Road overpass. You've got an accident taking out 2 right lanes. Also an accident in Talbot's Corner on 65 northbound side right at I-24 North. The accident there takes out the Gore. The Gore there is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Let's call it 36 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair, and time to welcome on in our good friend Chris Hand. Joan Jones will join us. Sam will be. Everybody crashes the board for the last half hour of Nashville's morning news, and that makes it always a lot of fun. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to be said.
We got to do it. We got to do it. Merry Christmas, Brian. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm dying to know. Because people who don't know, Chris has the cutest kids. They're just the most adorable kids. So well mannered. Every time I'm around your kids, I'm just enamored with what really lovely young people that you're raising. But I got to imagine Christmas morning was like crazy.
Oh man, we had the best time. The kids were great. So we do a thing every year where we make them wait upstairs and we build the anticipation. Mom and Dad get to go down and have a cup of coffee, and the kids wait on the stairs.
Mean.
Oh, it's the best, and it's like, oh, you can feel it. You can feel like you cut the tension with a knife. They just want to come down. We make them wait. We make them wait, and we make them wait, and then we start letting them come in one by one. And we record their reaction because Santa drops off a few gifts. Mom and Dad usually handle the heavy lifting, but Santa drops off a few gifts, and he drops them off in bags, so you can kind of see all your Santa gifts right away.
Right.
So we send them in one by one, and they come around the corner, and then they see what they got, and there's like a little bit of a freak out and a lot of joy. But we got a video of Millie, who's my 3-year-old, and she comes around the corner. And she sees what Santa brought her, and this is her reaction. You want to give me a little audio? This is my 3-year-old.
Oh my goodness, I love you, Mom.
It was the best. Like if you want to encapsulate what my Christmas was like, it was pretty much this.
Oh my goodness, I love you, Mom.
That was it.
So cute.
That was her first reaction to seeing her presents. It wasn't Santa. It wasn't, it's like, Mom, you nailed it. And we all felt the exact same way.
Oh my goodness, I love you, Mom.
It's just the best.
That's awesome.
You know what? She kind of sounds like Kennedy there.
She does.
Like
she sounds
so grown up.
She's getting real close to Kennedy vibes. But that made my day, my year, and I know that we'll be listening to that little clip when we're old and gray.
Oh my goodness, I love you, Mom.
It's just. It doesn't get old for me. It doesn't get old at all.
How could it? I mean, really, it just, I look back at Christmases with my daughter and her coming down. We had some really weird traditions. I don't know. I just made them up on the spot.
Those are the best.
Like one of the things that we did on Christmas Eve was we would go out on the front porch and we would get pots and pans or anything, jingle bells or bells or anything that would make noise to call the reindeer.
Love it.
So, we would call the reindeer by name so that they could find our house.
That's brilliant.
And we did that year after year after year. She loved that. But, I mean, that moment where they come in and the eyes light up and you just go, oh, man, it's just the best.
Oh, there's nothing like it. It truly brings me so much joy. It was awesome.
So what was your best gift this year? Did I ask you this earlier, Joan? I can't remember.
My husband bought me these beautiful diamond earrings. just stunning, like super beautiful,
Wow.
and just what I wanted. So it's perfect. He always does me well.
What a stud.
He is a stud.
Were they stud earrings?
Yes, they are.
From a stud. There you go. Well, there you go.
Well, there you go. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you can't, don't say that. Don't tell Cabana wife that one, though.
Oh, really? Okay.
We don't, I guess I'll be honest with you, I don't really get that many presents. Dawn and I don't exchange gifts. We have a lot of fun at Christmas, but we don't really, buy each other gifts because there's really nothing that we need.
Right. Yeah.
And so for me, the joy is we went down to see my niece and my nephew, and my sister was visiting the grandkids, and their kids they're just awesome. And we went down there on Christmas Day, got up, actually had coffee, eased into the morning, and about 10:30 got in the van and drove down to Birmingham to hang out with them and have dinner, and then turn around and come back. So that was our Christmas Day, but it was great to see the kids. And I bought my grandnephew a guitar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he wanted a guitar, and I said, "I'm the man. I can hook you up with a good guitar." So we got him all, and it was so funny to watch him. Can't play a note, of course. He's just learning, but he put it in the little guitar case and carried it around with him everywhere. It was so much fun to watch. Yeah,
that's awesome.
The highlight that was that, and stopping at Buc-ee's halfway on the way down, so that was pretty good.
Man, you can't beat Buc-ee's. I'm waiting for the one in Murfreesboro. It's going up slowly but surely.
I saw that there's about I figure there's like about 30 of them that are either in various stages of construction around the country. They're going up everywhere. I mean, they're growing like leaps and bounds.
There was supposed to be one put up in Clarksville, but it got literally roadblocked because local municipal authorities couldn't sort out a permitting and roadwork issue to be able to have the exit and entrance lanes into their massive parking lot.
Well, I mean, that's important because there's a lot of traffic around these Buc-ee's. I mean, I'd stop at the one in Athens on the way down to Birmingham, and it was, packed. But what was amazing about it is how quickly they got people through the lines, and you're in and out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, they do a darn good job. A couple people are mentioning on the text line. 7943 said they were at Buc-ee's in Kentucky and the gas was $2.12.
Really?
$2.12. I paid $2.16 over the weekend.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's great.
It was awesome.
Well, at the Buc-ee's on the way back, I noticed it on the way back because we stop on the way down and on the way back. Of course, get 2 shots at Buc-ee's. The gas, if you bought the car wash, was $1.22 a gallon.
Crazy.
Wow.
Some first term Bush numbers right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, take it. Take that.
Yeah. But anyway, so now we turn our eyes to the new year. And, everybody talks about, are we going to have any New Year's resolutions? What about you guys? Are you big on the resolutions?
Nah, not really. I mean, I try to do good, but I end up failing. It never fails. I'll try and eat a little bit less junk. I think I've hit my quota over the past few days of how much pie I should be allowed to eat, and In-N-Out burgers as well. It's
Have you been to the In-N-Out?
So we've gone twice now, and the last time we went.
How long did you have to wait?
So it was awesome. On the 23rd, we had Kennedy in here. We do the Christmas extravaganza with Kennedy, and then my 11-year-old, who's now 12, and we went to In-N-Out in Antioch, and we were in and out of there, no pun intended, in about 45 minutes.
That's
pretty good.
Still a wait though, isn't it?
Oh, but it was worth it, Brian. Every moment was worth it. Every moment was magical.
Well, I went to the one in Lebanon, which is. Every time I go by there, it's backed up around the corner and out the door. I mean, it's just like I don't think you could get in and out of there in 45 minutes. I want to try it. Everybody says it's great, but every time I go by there, I say, I don't think a burger is worth 2 hours of my time.
I'm with you. No way.
It will be once you taste the burger.
Well, what is so special about them?
In-N-Out does to burgers what Chick-fil-A does to chicken.
There you go. That's the best way you can put it. That's a great analogy right there. It is what Chick-fil-A does to chicken. But they're awesome, man. And then they keep forever. Like they not like a McDonald's burger keeps forever, but like you can reheat it and it tastes pretty good. So we'll buy extra burgers for the boys whenever we roll by there. It's awesome.
Air fryers.
Man, the kids get so excited. You should see my 8-year-old when I show up with In-N-Out at the house. You'd think I rolled up with just buckets of cash.
All right, but let's talk about the thing that I hear is controversial about In-N-Out, and that's the fries.
Yep.
Some people love them, some people hate them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the fries. I'll be honest with you. They're okay when you get them fresh out the fryer, but they die in the window quick.
Are they just normal fries? Do they fry them in tallow? Like, what is it about them
I think they do sesame seed oil if I'm not
Really?
mistaken. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a seed oil, so it's not gonna satiate the Maha crowd.
Yeah.
But they're okay. They're not.
Well, when I couldn't get into In-N-Out, we ended up driving over to Mount Juliet to get a Five Guys. Now, a Five Guys, I think, is a pretty good burger.
I like Five Guys.
But here's the difference.
Great fries.
But you pay for it. Like, so you eat with two people at an In-N-Out, at a Five Guys, and you're paying $40-$50, right?
I think it actually was about $40. Yeah.
So I bought burgers for my entire family, right? And I got 7 burgers, a drink, a milkshake, and a fry for $42.
Wow.
Wait. If you've got 6 people in the fam, who ate the 7th burger?
Here's the
Come
math.
on. I know girl math. Come on, who ate the 7th burger?
Like I said, my New Year's resolution is to stop eating so much junk.
I got you.
And so much pie and burgers.
I got you.
Busted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
It's true. And I'd do it again.
I mean,
I've been thinking about New Year's resolutions, and I don't drink a great deal. I'm not opposed to having a good drink now and then, glass of wine with dinner maybe, but I'm thinking about not drinking for a while.
You should do it, man. You'll feel great. I'm about 8 years now, and it feels awesome.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Like not even a glass of wine or anything?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing. Not a drop. It's completely changed my life. In so many ways.
Were you addicted or were you just a drinker?
I was a bit sloppy. I think we can put it like that.
Okay.
I really don't drink that much. I mean, it's very rare that I'll have more than one drink, ever. If I'm going out for dinner, might have a drink, but I just feel like I don't really know that I need it.
Nah, you don't. You won't miss it.
Yeah, you just drink something that's strong, and there's your one drink, and then you're done.
The millennials and the Gen Zers, they're running away from the alcohol.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're on the nicotine and all the weeds.
Yeah,
It's true.
That's
It's
true. Yeah.
Well, I think the nicotine and the weeds are probably better.
A little bit. Nicotine's shown, improvement in cognitive function.
It's true.
Staving off Alzheimer's.
Somebody said that if you're there are studies out there now that says that even moderate drinking perhaps is not good for you. So I don't know. I'm going to give it a try and see it. If I miss it, I don't think I'll miss it.
No, you won't.
Yeah. All right.
Everything in moderation, though, including moderation.
Yeah.
So, am I alone here, or is anybody else in this group concerned about what might happen on New Year's Eve? I hate to even say it, but I am really concerned about some of these New Year's celebrations, given that there are like 18,000 people on the terrorist watch list that are in this country. We don't know much about where they are.
I mean, I think
they all came in during the Biden years.
I think you'd be naive not to be a bit nervous. I mean, we're only let's not forget, and they did a great job at memory holing it. We're just about 1 year removed from the last terror attack in this country, which was an Islamic jihadist in New Orleans driving his car, his truck through a crowd of people. So no, I don't think that you're out of bounds for worrying about it. I think we've all kind of been waiting for that other shoe to drop, and I think that when you see terror plots get busted up by the FBI that would have been done on Halloween, it's a natural assumption that the next big mass gathering outside is going to be New Year's. Why wouldn't they want to strike?
Yeah, especially with ICE ramping up pressure as they're trying to move into these cities and find these people. It's kind of a YOLO situation if you're a terrorist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I don't think I don't know. There was probably 0% chance I was going to go out on New Year's Eve anyway. But if we're on I think I would counsel people not to go.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that, and I'm going to get yelled at from all the people who put on the big, New Year's Eve thing here in Nashville. But I really have some concerns about it. I'm really worried that somebody's going to take advantage of a big crowd gathered on New Year's Eve in a major metropolitan area in this country, and it's not going to go well.
And it's not just the radical Islamists that we have to worry about, as we saw from that other terror plot that was foiled by the Turtle Island Liberation Group. It can be far left radical lunatics as well, mirroring what we saw in the 70s with the Weather Underground and the likes.
Yep. It could be domestic. It could be, international terrorism, and, who knows? But I mean, I know this. There are a lot of people in this country who shouldn't be here, and some of them don't have our best interest at heart. So I think I'm just, if my loved one said, is it okay to go out on New Year's? I'd say probably, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. And there is something to be said of like, oh, well, we're not going to let fear control what we're going to do. We're not going to let fear dictate us. But, I mean, there's also just using the brain
Common
God gave
sense,
you.
that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right. So what's coming up on your show today, Chris?
Well, we're going to talk about some explosive reporting that happened over the weekend. I try to do my due diligence and turn off my phone so that way I can hang out with the fam during these holidays, and I feel like I did a good job. But I turned it on and I see a 23-year-old investigative journalist. I feel like a lot of people are kind of thumbing their nose at this guy when they call him a YouTuber or a social media influencer. What he is an investigative journalist. He's doing the work that our mainstream media used to do, or at least like to pretend to do. Nick Shirley is his name. He busted the daycare scam in Minnesota wide open, and he released about a 42-minute report that has garnered over 110 million views on social media over the weekend. So we're really going to dive in and focus on what he uncovered in Minnesota, some wild revelations. We'll also talk about which state is the next to fall to the fraud, because we're seeing Minnesota under a microscope, but there are many other states, California, Maine, Ohio who are going to be in the crosshairs next. So we'll talk about who's going to come next, and then we'll dive into some midterms discussion as well as we lead into the new year on the Chris Hand Show.
All right, it's all straight ahead right here on Super Talk 99.7. We'll call it 53 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock.
And coming up here on Super Talk 99.7, a federal judge has sprung MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's turning to TikTok now. Yeah, we've got that story coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Very quickly, I just stumbled across this story. What are the most dangerous cities in America? You might be surprised. See if you can find the common thread in all of these major cities. Cleveland, Ohio, number 10. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, number 9. San Bernardino, California, number 8. Houston, Texas, number 7. Fort Lauderdale, number 6. Baltimore, 5. Detroit, number 4. Number 3, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Number 2, Memphis, Tennessee. And the number 1 most dangerous city in America, according to Wallet Hub, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'll be back here tomorrow morning starting at 5 o'clock. Chris Hand is next. Have a great Monday, everybody. Try to stay warm.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The now viral video of independent journalist Nick Shirley exposing a massive daycare fraud in Minnesota at the hands of Somalis has now reached more than 100 million views.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Try to get in, rang the doorbell. Nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10